Hey, everybody. Late start. Yeah. Anyway, hi, everybody. I'm doing late start. I am overrated a bit, but not a lot, but still. So, had to gather myself piece by piece. Um, so today I'm continuing with a C++. Um, basically, this will be chapter 2, but at the same time chapter 1 because first one called chapter 0, and yeah. So yeah. I'm definitely taking notes today since I'm guessing this one isn't going to be well, it's still a bit theoretical, but a lot of terminology, a lot of stuff that probably will need to be remembered. So yeah, so I'm definitely writing everything down. No, but at least for now, let's just let me wake up properly. Let's watch a couple of videos. Just so I would wake up a bit. Well, I'll sip on tea. Now we'll watch some of Pancuronium stuff. I mean, I watched a lot of the stream. We can watch maybe this one about ENB. And oh yeah, let's do those revolvers. And maybe if we have time, I wanted to watch this Norovo one. So yeah, let's jump in.
Hey viewers, I didn't know what to put out today, so I figured I'd look at something I've never cared about before. ENB presets for Fallout 4. I've tried ENBs in all of Bethesda's earlier games, but up until recently I didn't have hardware that was up to snuff for Fallout 4's ENB. After trying out multiple presets though, I realized that this video wasn't going to go the way I planned. First off, which ENB you think looks best is a completely subjective determination, and that's not really my forte. Anything objective I can say about ENBs tends to apply to all of them equally, and the more I messed around with them, the more I soured on the idea of using ENBs at all. But I'm running up against my deadline, and there's no time to research anything else, so I might as well discuss the merits of using ENB presets in Fallout 4. I have a similar feeling about ENBs as I do weather mods. Because the vanilla game already does a good enough job, they aren't necessary. In earlier Bethesda games, ENBs added dynamic shadows, tone mapping, volumetric fog, bloom, god rays, and ambient occlusion. Vanilla Fallout 4 already has all these features, so ENB has very little to do. When toggling ENB on and off, it's remarkable how little actually changes for such a massive reduction in performance. You're often losing 1/3 or more of your frame rate for some crappy screen space effects. At least weather mods can add variety to the game, or represent a different climate, and they generally don't cost nearly as many frames. Here's everything ENB does. Tell me if you're impressed. One of its first implemented features for Fallout 4 was disabling fake lighting. That sounds good, but all it actually does is disable the rim lighting surrounding characters. You can do the exact same thing with one console command at no performance loss. Another feature is SSAO, which the vanilla game already has at a much lower cost. There are many AnyTweak mods you can find around the Nexus that make vanilla SSAO look just as good as ENB SSAO. So it's a pretty useless feature for the most part, although I noticed that Reactor ENB in particular somehow makes use of SSAO to almost simulate global illumination, You can notice the wall in this bathroom somehow gets a green tinge from the tiles on this floor, thanks to SSAO. I don't know how Reactor ENB accomplishes this, but it can look good in some situations. It's too bad Reactor is one of the heaviest ENBs around and will absolutely murder your frame rate. Bokeh depth of field, bloom, and lens flares are added, but these aren't particularly realistic effects, and again, they're just different versions of what Fallout 4 already provides. Fallout 4 has bloom, it has depth of field during conversations, and it has lens flares for the sun and many lights. Thus, these features aren't great selling points for ENB. A new water shader is added, but it's up in the air whether it actually looks better than vanilla water. What definitely looks worse is the enhanced screen space reflections. Allowing more objects to show up in reflections and making more surfaces reflective is a huge mistake. It means there's objects constantly popping in and out of reflections in a distracting manner. I think Bethesda got it right by making SSR really faint. They knew how shitty SSR looks, so they tried to minimize use of it. By making these reflections more obvious, ENB makes the drawbacks of this method more clear as well. If only we could have the superior planar reflections Fallout 3 and New Vegas have, but I guess that's too much to ask for, just like MSAA. Subsurface scattering is another ENB feature that's kind of already in the vanilla game, although it's hardly noticeable. Neither is the ENB version, to be honest. I can't even tell if this feature works, so it's not worth losing a single frame over, in my opinion. Complex parallax is a new feature from the latest version of ENB, but it's not entirely what it's cracked up to be. The parallax effect can sometimes look good, but it breaks at oblique angles, and any decals on top of parallax textures will appear to be floating. It also eats up 5 to 10% of your performance. The only features ENB has that I kind of like are cloud shadows and detailed shadows. Cloud shadows are pretty self-explanatory. Depending on the weather, there will be massive shadows covering large parts of the landscape. They seem to be at least somewhat based on the actual clouds in the sky, which is awesome. They also have very little performance impact from what I measured. Detailed shadows are really just screen space shadows, which add some nice shadowing to small objects like grass that don't cast shadows in vanilla. Because of their screen space nature, when the object casting a shadow moves off screen, the shadow disappears too. But with smaller objects like grass, this is hard to notice. Most ENB presets use detailed shadows to try to simulate contact hardening shadows and reduce the Peter Panning effect, where shadows don't properly originate from the object casting them due to issues with traditional shadow maps. But these two good effects are not worth losing 10 to 15% of your frame rate over, in my humble opinion. That is, unless you have a ton of unused overhead above your monitor's refresh rate, which is a possibility if you're using a 60Hz monitor and you have a very powerful GPU. But you could also spend that overhead on increasing shadow draw distance or shadow map resolution. It could also be spent on rebuilding higher detail LODs, or maybe on adding vegetation to make the Commonwealth more lush. There's a lot of things I would improve before bothering with ENB. So yeah, that's my video. I know it's kind of crap and probably not what you wanted, but that's the way it goes sometimes. I'm going to crawl back into the swamp known as Nexus Mods so I can deliver something less disappointing next week. Toodles!
No, it just cements my own, for example, understanding that we should definitely drop off using ENBs, at least in Bethesda games. Because today's stuff are much better for that, and definitely for a Fallout 4 it basically doesn't need anything. I mean, it does, it needs a lot of fixes, a lot of stuff, but graphically it's need like more its own like sharpening or stuff like that via mods or configuration more than some screen overlays, yeah, or something like that.
Hey people of planet Earth, while you play Starfield, I'm still stuck here in Fallout 4 until tomorrow. So I might as well take a look at a few Revolver mods. I have them listed on screen right now. There's definitely some missing from here that I wanted to review, like the Colt Single Action Army from the Fallout 4 New Vegas team. But that mod went Discord only a few years ago, and I don't want to deal with that crap right now. Of the mods I actually bothered looking at, two really stood out above the pack: Select Revolver and the Hunting Revolver and Ranger Sequoia mod. I can easily recommend either of them, especially Select Revolver, which is basically flawless in every regard. The hunting revolver has some power armor problems and not as many attachments as I would like, but it's still a great weapon, and it's lore friendly too if you care about that. With recommendations out of the way, let's take a look at all of these mods in detail. First up, we've got the Colt Mothman 6520 and N80 Pistols pack. It comes in two versions. You can either download the version with a lore-accurate Colt logo, or the version with a logo based on the lame-ass cryptid from Fallout 76. That's the easiest choice in the world. After downloading the Colt version, you'll find this mod adds two weapons like promised, the Colt 6520 and the N80 pistol. There's no unique variants or pre-placed spawns, but both weapons are injected into leveled lists. Unfortunately, they've been injected into way too many lists, making them insanely common. Look in any pre-war suitcase and you'll find one. It's ridiculous. Deleting some of the properties in the injection quest might help, or you could delete the injection quest entirely and make your own manual edits. The weapon models look pretty good, but animations are not so great on either the 6520 or N80. Saying that firing and reloading looks stiff would be an understatement. But I do like the unique design of these weapons. It's not often you see a bolt-action pistol that still has a slide. There are custom third-person animations, but in third-person power armor, both weapons use deliverer animations and have this weird bug where they shoot twice, but only if you haven't fired for a little while. There's a cooldown during which you can shoot normally. It's strange. I think balance is quite good for these weapons. They're roughly on par with the regular 10mm pistol. The 6520 does a lot of damage and has a similar fire rate to the vanilla 10mm, but it's hampered by its 8-round cylinder and slow reload time. The N80 does a bit more damage than a 10mm pistol, but doesn't have the capability to become fully automatic and has a very poor fire rate. When it comes to modifications, both weapons have a respectable amount of choices. The N80 has receivers, a light barrel, 3 grips, a bunch of magazines, reflex sights, muzzle devices including a suppressor, and some alternative skins. The 6520 has everything the N80 has except for the suppressor and magazine options, which makes perfect sense since it's a revolver. Overall, I had more good than bad to say about this mod. If you don't mind the leveled list and animation issues, this is a pretty nice, lore-friendly weapon mod. Second, we've got a mod that I recommended, the Hunting Revolver and Ranger Sequoia. This mod has two versions, one that makes both weapons use Far Harbor's 4570 rounds, and another that makes the weapons use 44 Magnum. If you have Far Harbor, get the Far Harbor version. The Hunting Revolver is injected into leveled lists, but you'll only see it on bosses, legendary enemies, and at vendors, and only after level 20. You can also find a single pre-placed spawn on top of the tower at Lynn Woods. The Ranger Sequoia can only be found in Kellogg's house behind his bed. Maybe he stole it from an NCR Ranger, who knows. The Sequoia has a weird sorting issue in the inspect screen, but is fine in actual gameplay. These weapons look incredible and have some really excellent custom animations, in both first and third person too. My only criticism would be the firing sounds are just a bit too loud. I know these are powerful weapons, but it's just too much. In third-person power armor, sadly both weapons have exploded parts and use 10mm pistol animations which don't look very good on a revolver. The balancing is pretty damn excellent though. These are 5-shot revolvers with a pretty bad fire rate, a long reload time, and hefty recoil, so of course they can dish out some great damage. These weapons are very bad in VATS though because of their high AP cost. I think when fighting 1 or 2 spongy enemies, these weapons will shine, but against a horde of fast-moving targets, you'll want something else. The Sequoia has a slightly shorter reload and more damage than the Hunting Revolver, but unlike the Hunting Revolver, it can't be modified. Speaking of modifications, the Hunting Revolver has receivers, 3 barrels, 4 grips, some sight options, a muzzle brake, and a suppressor. So there's not a whole lot of modification potential, but it's enough. In the end, this is a really great mod. It makes a perfect fit for any load order. Fallout 4 really needed more 4570 caliber guns to supplement the one that it has, and these revolvers are just the ticket. Third up, we've got MP412, a standalone revolver. Make sure to grab its update file, and if the regular 2K textures don't appeal to you, there are 1K, 4K, and even 8K texture options available. This weapon has no pre-placed spawns or uniques, but it does have leveled list injection, and much like the Colt 6520, it appears too commonly. It adds its own 44 shell and incendiary ammo types, and those are way too common too, appearing in most ammo boxes. Beyond that obvious problem, it's a good-looking weapon. It has custom first-person animations, but in third person it uses 44 pistol animations both in and out of power armor, which look okay. Unfortunately, it has the first-person power armor double footsteps bug, and there is no patch available to fix it. It also has completely misaligned iron sights, which can make it hard to shoot at a distance. The weapon is also very overpowered, doing far more damage than our previous mod's Ranger Sequoia, and that's before you factor in the overpowered incendiary and shotgun ammo conversions. It also has great range, a low action point cost, and it's double action, so it fires reasonably fast. It's a weapon with no real downsides. As far as attachments go, all we get are receivers, barrels, damage cheats, and really overpowered incendiary and shotgun ammo conversions. It's pretty pathetic. I don't like this weapon at all, but its model was reused in another mod called Russian Assault Pack. I'll link it in the description. You should probably try that instead. I doubt it's any worse, but I've never tried it myself. Next up, we've got the RSH-12 Assault Revolver. This weapon requires War Daddy's double-action revolver reanimation, but there is an optional download that removes the requirement. The weapon has one unique, the Putinizer, which can be found at Federal Supply Cache 84NE. It does cryo damage. The base RSH-12 can be found on gunners, vendors, and as legendary drops. This weapon also uses its own ammo type, the 12.7mm Ash round. There are munitions patches available to rechamber it in munitions 12.7mm if you'd prefer that. The model and texture work seems a little simplistic to me, but maybe that's how the real gun looks. The weapon uses War Daddy's double action 44 animations in first person, and vanilla 44 animations are used in third person. I don't believe the base version of the weapon is too overpowered. It's only a 5-shot weapon with hefty recoil and difficult to find ammo. The Putinizer variant, on the other hand, is incredibly overpowered because of its ability to freeze just about any enemy in a large radius. As for attachments, there's a great selection. We've got receivers, barrels, grips, laser sights, scopes, muzzle devices, flashlights, finishes, and the ability to switch to single action or automatic fire. I encountered a bug with the auto fire that let me shoot indefinitely, so it might be best to stick with single or double action. Ultimately, this is a pretty good weapon, especially if you're already using War Daddy's double action revolver reanimation and you need a 12.7mm gun for your munitions load order. Fifth, we've got Cobra, Officer's Revolver. This mod adds a single weapon, the Officer's Revolver. It has no uniques, but there's one pre-placed spawn at Listening Post Bravo in a safe. Unfortunately, this mod breaks precombines by deleting objects in the cell, so make sure PRP is loaded after this mod to avoid visual issues, or even better, just delete this mod's cell records in Fallout 4 edit. Anyways, this weapon is injected into leveled lists, but can only be found on gunner bosses from level 25 onwards, so you won't be seeing it often. This weapon's model is okay, but the default textures look flat and monochromatic. I guess they're serviceable, and you can replace them with different camo patterns at a workbench. It uses vanilla 44 pistol animations, which look pretty bad, so War Daddy's 44 reanimation mod could make a great pairing with this one too. There's a decent number of attachments for this plasma revolver. There's receivers, an alternate barrel, a grip, 3 sights, reticles, damage cheats, legendary modifications, 14 different skins, and laser pointers. Pretty cool. I just realized I forgot about balance. This is a very damaging weapon, but it does fire slow-moving plasma and has a slow single-action fire rate, kind of justifying the high damage. I don't think the balance gets too bad unless you use the damage cheats or legendary effects. I thought this would be a terrible weapon because of its vanilla animations and minor spelling and grammar mistakes, but actually it's not so bad. Fallout 4 doesn't have enough plasma weapon mods, and while this revolver isn't the best you could download, there are worse choices. This is a very usable mod, just make sure to delete its cell edits. Sixth, we've got Chiappa Rhino Revolver. It comes as loose files. Low-end users should pack those up into an archive to prevent stuttering. There are no unique variants, but pre-placed spawns can be found at Trinity Tower, Gunrunners Plaza, and the Mass Fusion Building. It can also be found on gunners, vendors, and bosses starting from level 15. I like the weapon's model, but its animations are just the vanilla 44 pistols but modified to fire double action. When drawing the weapon, the shells or whatever clip right through the cylinder, which looks terrible. This is yet another weapon that benefits greatly from using War Daddy's animations because they seem to fix the clipping issues and look a hell of a lot better. The balancing is alright. Even though the damage is high considering the fire rate, You'll have a hard time controlling the recoil on this beast, and it weighs more than a regular 44 pistol. This revolver doesn't have that many mods. It's got receivers, 3 barrels, 2 grips, 2 sights, 8 camos, a laser and blade attachment, and a wooden barrel you can't even really see. I don't have too much more to say about this one. It's not a bad weapon mod, but it doesn't do anything particularly interesting. 7th up, we've got my other recommended mod, and the absolute best on this list, Select Revolver. It's ESL flagged and comes in at only 300 megabytes, which isn't too crazy for a weapon mod, but if that's still too much for you, the author has put out a light version at only 90 megabytes that lacks the texture customization options. That's also the version you get on Xbox, so it should fit within your load order quite easily. There are no unique variants of this weapon, and the only place you can acquire it is a ruined building in Hyde Park. There's a very cool animation the first time you pick it up, and once you do, it's added to legendary drop lists and you can craft more at a chem lab. This is a gorgeous looking weapon. The animations are quite good, albeit ridiculously exaggerated, unless you select the common handling option. This weapon has 4 different animation options, but the smartest one to choose would be double action with common handling, so you get the highest fire rate and shortest reload time. Amazingly, this weapon even has custom animations in third-person power armor, which is great. The Select Revolver is not overpowered because it has a 4-shot capacity, high recoil, and a relatively long reload time, even with common handling selected. It also fires the relatively rare 50 cal rounds, so there's no need to worry about balance. There's a good number of attachments available for this puppy: receivers, barrels, grips, scopes, logos, accent colors, and a lot of finishes. This is an excellent mod, definitely one of the best I've seen for Fallout 4. It's easy to recommend. 8th, we've got the Schofield No. 2 Revolver. This mod comes as loose files, but that's the least of its problems. The base version of the Schofield is on vendors, bosses, and legendary enemies, starting from level 8, and there's one unique variant called Unlucky, which can be found inside Valentine's Detective Agency. This weapon has some pretty basic textures, a grating firing sound, and a broken mix of 44 pistol and flare gun animations. When firing in third person while standing still, you'll teleport to the left. In third-person power armor, you won't get teleported, but you'll only be able to get off one shot before your arms are locked to your sides, permanently trapping you in a Naruto run until you change perspectives or sprint. Basically, this weapon is unusable in third person, and in VATS too, because VATS uses third-person animations. Balancing isn't terrible. The Schofield does a lot less damage than the vanilla 44 pistol, but it does use the more common 45 caliber ammunition. If this gun wasn't a broken mess, it could make a good early game alternative to the 44 pistol, and I think that's what it's intended to be. There's not many attachments for the Schofield. Receivers, 3 barrels, grips, 4 scopes, and a silver finish is all you'll get. The Unlucky variant has a special ivory grip and a black finish. But even if this mod had a million awesome attachments, the fact that it's fundamentally broken makes it impossible for me to recommend. 9th and finally is the Capital Wasteland 32 caliber pistol. This mod is ESL flagged, which is nice. It adds to Fallout 4 one of the crappiest guns from Fallout 3, the 32 pistol. There's no unique variants or pre-placed spawns of this weapon, but it does have leveled list injection. It's meant to be a low-level gun, so you'll only find it on raiders or at vendors. This mod also adds its own 32 caliber ammo, but there are munitions and caliber complex patches available, thankfully. I have to say the Fallout 3 weapon has been faithfully recreated, and the custom animations are okay. Keyframes have been taken from both the 44 pistol and flare gun animations, with the end result being close enough to the quality of vanilla Fallout 4's animations. In third-person power armor, it uses 44 pistol animations, which look fine. The weapon is balanced very much on the weak side, which makes sense for an early game weapon. It has a 5-shot capacity, a long reload time, and pathetic damage even with an advanced receiver. It's also single action, unlike its Fallout 3 counterpart, which makes it even more useless. It does have a low AP cost, so it could be okay for an early game VATS focus build, but before long you'll find something way better. There's also not that many attachments for this weapon. There's only receivers, barrels, 3 scopes, a suppressor, a conversion to 38 caliber ammo, and 4 tints. One advantage of this mod is it's really small, at only 27 megabytes on Xbox, which makes it easy to squeeze into any load order. And if you're looking for a weapon that makes use of munitions as 32 caliber ammo, this isn't a bad choice at all. Alright folks, that's all I have for today. I hope you learned about some weapons you weren't aware of before. My next video should be about Starfield as long as AMD gets around to giving me a Steam code. So, until then, toodles!
In this video, I'm going to share a few simple tips that many newer and more casual Heroes 3 players might not know about, which you can start using straight away next time you play. This isn't going to be an in-depth guide on how to completely change your playstyle or your mindset. I might do something like that in another video where I go into more detail, but instead this will just be some quick points about unobvious game mechanics and simple strategies that new players might find really helpful. My first tip is never underestimate the power of the one stack. One stacks are what you get when you take a stack of units, usually low level units, and you fill the empty slots in your army using the shift key to split them into groups of 1. The most obvious use for this is you can massively increase the number of fights you can take at the start of the game, because you can use the one stacks as meat shields while you weaken the enemy using your ranged units. But there are loads of other things you can do with them too. For example, you can draw out the retaliation of a big stack of enemy units using your one stack, so you don't have to take the extra damage from the retaliation on your more important stack of units. You can also use them to pull enemy creatures in the wrong direction or to block them off, so that your other units don't get overwhelmed by having to fight everything at the same time. Then there are some more obscure use cases, like sticking them between units to reduce the threat of an enemy casting Chain Lightning, and there are also specific uses for specific types of units. For example, each one stack of Master Genies can cast 1 spell per round, each one stack of Wraiths can drain 2 enemy spell points per round, and so on. But overall, one stacks really help you keep your losses to a minimum, which is one of the most important things you can do in the game. My next tip is how far a hero can move in a turn is significantly affected by the speed of their slowest creature at the start of the turn. So a hero with a speed 3 unit like Dwarves can typically only move 75% as far as a hero whose slowest creature is speed 11 or above, such as a Silver Pegasus. Any creatures with 11 speed or higher will give your heroes maximum movement. However, as hero movement is calculated at the beginning of the turn, you can put your slower units back onto a hero after the turn has started without affecting how far they can travel. On the other hand, the penalty for crossing difficult terrain such as swamps is only determined when you actually move over that terrain. To give an extreme example, if a hero has a Silver Pegasus and a Gnoll and wants to cross a swamp the next turn, the best thing they can do is hand over the Gnoll to another hero before the next turn begins. Then, when the next turn begins, they should pass the Silver Pegasus away and take back the Gnoll in order to cross the swamp without being slowed down by the terrain penalty. Another movement tip is that picking up resources diagonally actually uses slightly more movement points than picking up adjacent resources. This is a fairly minor thing, and it's one I personally get lazy with all the time, but it's still worth bearing in mind because it can add up over the course of the game. So here we have 2 heroes following the exact same path, but one takes the suggested pathfinding and picks up the gold pile diagonally, and as you can see, they end up running out of movement points slightly sooner. But when you stop to pick up an object from right next to it, you use fewer movement points and you can travel slightly further. It's still worth picking things up diagonally if you plan to turn back afterwards instead of continuing in the same direction, but it's just a small thing to bear in mind. Next up, a really useful tip for taking on creature banks, which is that your creatures are ordered from left to right in a similar order to how you'd read a book. What I mean by this is, in a normal fight your units will start in order from top to bottom, but in most creature banks they're ordered from left to right instead. So your first 2 stacks will form the top row, your next 3 stacks will form the middle row, and your final 2 stacks will form the bottom row. A bonus tip with creature banks is most of them are set up to spawn the most upgraded units on the top or the bottom left, so you have to choose very carefully which units you want to put near these, especially because they're usually some of the faster creatures you'll be up against. However, many creature banks will spawn with a 5th unit on the center right, so the right side isn't necessarily any safer. For beginners, I would recommend placing your best ranged units in the middle position, because then you've always got some distance between you and the enemy stacks. There are some exceptions to this. For example, Vampires and Crypts can reach the middle stack in dirt terrain on the first round, but for most low threat creature banks this will be a good middle ground until you've become more familiar with each type of creature bank. Experienced players will often put their best range stack in slot 2 or slot 6, which is because you can wipe out the creatures from one side of the field in one round, and then you've got more space between your ranged units and the remaining creatures than you would if you started them in the middle. That is something you should work towards as you become more familiar with different types and different levels of creature banks, But as a beginner, the middle slot is usually a fairly safe option while you become more familiar with the game. Another tip about creature banks is you can always check roughly how many creatures they have before you go in. All you need to do is refuse to enter, hold right click on the creature bank, and you can see roughly what's in there. There are some ways to know exactly which of the 4 levels of creature bank you're dealing with, but those will generally come with experience. For example, if a crypt has a pack of vampires in it, that's how you know it's the strongest possible level of crypt. However, the crypt is also the only exception to this rule because in the original game, it refuses to tell you what's inside. On the Horn of the Abyss mod, however, and for all other creature banks in the base game, the game should be able to give you some idea. Another simple tip is that by pressing space, you can always jump back through a 2-way monolith, or a whirlpool or a subterranean gate, without using any extra movement points. That means if you see something on the other side you're not ready to fight, you can always turn back. However, that ability was only added in one of the game's expansions, so it won't work in Heroes 3 HD Edition, which is based on an outdated version of the game. Next up is a tip about damage penalties for ranged units. Ranged units will only do half damage to enemy units unless they're within 10 hexes, and you can always tell by the broken arrow cursor if the penalty still applies. For the most part, this won't affect how you play. You still want to stay as far away from enemy melee units as possible for as long as possible, but there are a few situations where it can be worth deliberately placing your ranged units within 10 hexes of the enemy. One is if the enemy is within 10 hexes of your shooters but can't actually reach you, but they can reach one of your less important 1-stacks or one of your tankier stacks instead, you might as well get within range if it's going to increase your overall damage output over the next few rounds. Another is if you're kiting an enemy and you're running low on shots, it might be worth saving your shots until they're within 10 hexes. Also, 10 hexes is enough for your units to shoot at full power if you deploy on the very edge of advanced tactics, but it won't cover the whole of the enemy side of the field. Expert tactics, on the other hand, can put you close enough to the center to attack any creatures at full strength. Another very simple tip, if you haven't yet memorized all the different types of creatures in the game, there's an easy way to tell on the overworld map whether the creature you're looking at is upgraded or not. If it faces to the left, that means it's upgraded, and if it faces to the right, that means it's not upgraded. Even if you're an experienced player, there are some creatures like Dendroids which look so similar to their upgraded forms that this is still one of the fastest ways to identify them. This next one is a bit of an odd one out, but I thought I'd mention it because it took me quite a long time to notice. Animate Dead and Resurrection are 2 of the best spells in the game and look very similar on the surface, but only Animate Dead is able to permanently resurrect units on a hero that doesn't have the Earth Magic skill. When you add that onto the fact that Animate Dead is more likely to appear in a Necropolis Mage Guild than Resurrection is in any other Mage Guild, Animate Dead is probably the slightly more reliable spell overall. The next tip is about sieges, and I've got a whole other video planned on tips and tricks for sieges, but this is probably the main one I'd mention here. The Arrow Tower AI actually prefers to shoot units nearer the bottom of the field, and it doesn't care how many units are in a stack before it shoots. That's probably a glitch, but it can actually make a massive difference to how many losses you take when you besiege a town. You've probably noticed that Arrow Towers like to target your ranged units. However, if you put 1-stacks of these units in the bottom slots of your army, they will always target those instead of focusing down the bigger stack at the top. Next tip is that players' main towns are almost always linked by roads. This is especially the case on random maps, but also applies to a lot of human-made maps as well. If you feel like you're ready to push out, then following the road with your main hero is almost always the best way to go. While it is a good idea to begin games by farming your starting zone, if you spend too long stuck off-road with your main hero, your opponents might be using that time to push through the map. Another small tip is that when you visit a mage guild, your spell points will replenish at the start of your next turn, not the end of your current turn. That means if you think your town is about to be besieged before your next turn begins, you should try to hold on to as many spell points as possible. Okay, no chance to flee. And we don't get our spell points back, yeah, so we've not got a lot to work with. This is clearly far too strong for us. And one more very minor tip is that battles happen where the defender is stood, not where the attacker is stood. Normally, if your units are on their preferred terrain, you get +1 to your speed, defense, and attack. But if your hero attacks something on a different terrain, then the terrain you're currently stood on doesn't count. And my final tip is having fun is more important than playing perfectly. I don't want to sound preachy or corny, but Heroes 3 is over 20 years old and it was probably never intended to be played as an esport. If min-maxing is your thing, there are lots of ways to do it in this game. There are different strategies for every town, for each level of every creature bank, for dozens of different random map templates, for numerous types of creature dwellings, and so on. To really be one of the very best players of this game, you probably need either an incredible memory, or a huge instruction manual, or about 20 years of experience. I've tried to keep the headline tips here simple because you can still be comfortably good enough to win games using general principles instead of memorizing specific tricks. Ultimately, the reason the game is still so popular after so many years is because there are so many different ways to enjoy it. You will get better with experience, so play however you prefer to and have fun in the process.
Alright, that was Naro's video. I'm definitely coming back to his series, even on my own time. Not even brush up on hero stuff, but to actually well, to get at least somewhat better, I guess. Anyway, all right. C++ basics. So we're doing chapter 1. Well, chapter 2, but it's called chapter 1. All right, we're at 1 hour mark. Then let me drink some water, do some bathroom break, and we'll begin. And I leave you with Mr. Daily while I'm gone.
Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. This person was born with the inability to see colors. An antenna was permanently installed in their head that gives them the ability to hear colors. The antenna can receive these messages via satellite and Wi-Fi. The artist only allows close friends to send messages, but has been hacked once before.
For all these years, it only happened once that someone without permission sent images to my head, but it was actually not bad. I actually liked it. It wasn't a bad experience.
This cat refused to let go of this sponge.
This morning, she stole the old sponge. There's egg residue on it. She's growling. I'm so angry with you.
These ants were caught walking around in a death spiral. The ants lost track of the trail they were on and will now walk around in circles until they die.
First. Hit him. Oh, Jesus! Go slow!
These are called Bono tidal waves, and they frequently occur in a river in Indonesia. This person is wearing a life jacket because the sudden high tide creates a huge wave. A snowplow is throwing snow right into oncoming traffic.
What's this? It's an art project. Okay, I like it. Picasso. Yeah, that way. Nah. Whoa! You got...
One of my subscribers has a dog that loves to watch my videos. Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose. That is the end of this video. I really hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. I found someone that can inflate their tongue like a balloon. This guy likes to give out random compliments to strangers.
Excuse me, sir, can you do me a favor and maybe, Leave some women for the rest of us. I'm sorry. Holy.
A few years ago, a 6.8 magnitude earthquake hit the Philippines. What's cool about this is that nobody in the building was hurt because the building was designed to fight against earthquakes.
What? Are you gonna go get it?
Nobody loves drinking milk as much as this cat does. One of my subscribers recorded this video of a rhino balancing a log at the zoo.
Not on purpose.
He's showing off. He's like, check this out.
He's showing off. Like, watch this, guys.
I've been doing my tricks.
Whoa. Hey, buddy. The circus is no longer around.
Have you ever seen a beetle get a bath? This beetle needed a bath to remove all the mites that was on their body.
I'm going to use some Dawn dish soap and some water and a toothbrush. I dipped her in the water to get her a little sudsy at first, and then I started brushing away.
This person has diabetes and has dogs trained to help her. Her dogs can smell when her blood sugar is too low and will start to poke her.
Good job.
That's the end of this video. I really hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. This woman was cooking when a tornado suddenly spawned in her pan.
Where'd it go?
No! Oh my god!
Cutting onions made the air a little too spicy.
No, not that one.
You look so cute.
A little echidna was recently born at a zoo in Australia. A gaming cafe in the Philippines recently flooded, but that didn't stop from gaming. Even if you've never been in New Zealand, there's probably a good chance you will recognize these rocks anyways. These rocks have been seen by millions and millions of people. These are the rocks from the Windows 10 lock screen. This is where everyone lives. The more crowded the area, the more red it is, and the less crowded an area, the more purple and blue it is. This is what a volcanic eruption looks like from space. That is the end of this video. I really hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. Scientists are testing to see if spiders are scared of spiders, and it turns out they are. In this first test, you can see the spider is curious and wants a closer look at this object. In the second test, a spider checks out this fake spider, gets scared, and runs away.
Bark at your dog.
Roof!
These two horses kissed each other for the very first time. In case you didn't know, toucans like to honk when they are happy.
You are annoying! You are annoying!
There's a river in India that is considered holy in Hindu culture, so many people will bathe themselves in the water. The problem is that this river is so polluted from chemicals that toxic foam covers the surface. This is what it's like to load a shell into a tank. Why is this farmer harvesting crop in the middle of a city with over 300,000 people? This is the result of a farmer in Poland that refuses to sell his land to developers. One of my subscribers has a dog that loves watching my videos. Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. That is the end of this video. I really hope you enjoyed, and I will see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. By putting a leaf underwater and looking under a microscope, you can see the oxygen bubbles being released. This person was driving down a road when a horse and buggy came flying out of nowhere. Is this the worst driver to ever go through a drive-thru? I found this video of a cute caterpillar with a very strange defense mechanism for scaring away predators. This kid was trick-or-treating and saw that the candy bowl was empty, so he decided to put some of his own candy in the bowl.
Be careful! Be careful! Be careful! Don't fall! Don't fall! Be careful! No!
This woman from Canada was visiting Southern Asia and relaxing on the beach when a crowd of men started watching her. I found a video of someone that dressed up as a credit card reader for Halloween. Please don't tell me you've never seen a Bluetooth hose before. How cool would it be to own jellyfish as a pet? These are wildebeest, and they have the largest migration in the world by any land animal. They will sometimes travel by the millions to search for green grass to eat. That's the end of this video. Thanks for stopping by, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. These pilots were flying through a storm when the front of the plane was struck by lightning.
Well, hello there. Come on in. Come on.
This is what it looks like to put your hand in hot ice. It's a mixture of baking soda, vinegar, and water. Please do not try this at home, as the water can get very, very warm. I just found out that if you take cotton candy and put it in water, it will instantly dissolve. So this is pretty much what it would look like inside of your stomach.
So what happens when you play with wasps, Moss? You get the hand to the Brussels sprout.
The hand to the Brussels sprout.
A helicopter pilot saw this person sweeping leaves and decided to help out. If you ever take your cat to get groomed, this is the ear cover they have to wear because the blow dryer can be a little loud. I have no idea why, but I was invited to come on stage at an Alan Walker concert, and it was pretty cool and pretty weird, but I had fun.
It's known as Daily Dose of Internet, and it's an honor to bring you here with me on stage to celebrate. Please make some noise for Daily Dose of Internet, and thank you so much for being here.
One of my subscribers recorded this video of a playful sea lion. That is the end of this video. I really hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. Would you take a bite of this forbidden molten lava hot dog? This is what a turtle sneeze sounds like.
That was him?
A sugar glider gave birth to a forbidden jelly bean. I found a website that shows you every single satellite and piece of space junk floating around Earth right now. I found this video of a gorilla with some amazing dance moves. This is called a tardigrade, and they are probably the third smallest animal in the world. A special camera was used that allows us to see the actual red muscles moving on the inside. This is a pygmy marmoset monkey, which is the smallest monkey in the world. These guys took the wheels off a Lamborghini and replaced them with tracks so that I could drive in the snow. Every time this dog is brushed, she turns stiff like a bad taxidermy.
Alright, sorry for the delay. Had to address some issues. Alright, now I need Visual Studio Community. Then this file. this, and now also like this. Yeah. All right. And oh yeah, let's put back the music. And make it something like that. And I'll quiet it down for myself. All right. Now, get my notes stuff. All right. Now, so this will be chapter 1. I'll write it down as chapter 1 also. And this one called C++ Basics. And this one will be lesson 1.1, and it's called Statements. And the structure of a program. All right. Now, chapter introduction. Welcome to the first primary chapter of these C++ tutorials. In this chapter, we'll take a first look at a number of topics that are essential to every C++ program. Because there are quite a few topics to cover, we'll cover most at a fairly shallow level, just enough to get by. The goal of this chapter is to help you understand how basic C++ programs are constructed. By the end of the chapter, you'll be able to write your own simple programs. Oh, okay. In future chapters, we'll revisit the majority of these topics and explore them in more detail. We'll also introduce new concepts that build on top of these. Okay. In order to keep the lesson lengths manageable, topics may be split over several subsequent lessons. If you feel like some important concept isn't covered in the lesson, it's possible that it's covered in the next lesson. Okay. All right, so let's mark it as 1 and call it statements. Statements. A computer program is a sequence of instructions that tell the computer what to do. A statement is a type of instruction that causes the program to perform some action. Okay. A computer program is a sequence of instructions that tell computer the computer what to do. A statement is a type of instruction. Okay. That causes the program to perform some action. Okay. I'll probably should write it down. A statement is a type of instruction that causes the program to perform some action like this. Okay. Statements are by far the most common type of instruction in a C++ program. This is because they are the smallest independent unit of computation in the C++ language. In that regard, they act much like sentences do in natural language. Okay. When we want to convey an idea to another person, we typically write or speak in sentences, not in random words or syllables. Yeah, in C++, when we want to have our program do something, we typically write statements. Sure. Most, but not all, statements in C++ end in a semicolon. If you see a line that ends in semicolon, it's probably a statement. Okay, that's probably useful to know. Most, but not all, statements in C++ and in a semicolon. In a high-level language such as C++, a single statement may compile into many machine language instructions. Okay. For advanced readers, there are many different kinds of statements in C++. Declaration statements, jump statements, expression statements, compound statements, selection statements, conditionals, iteration statements, or loops, and try blocks or try blocks. Any one of those. By the time you're through with this tutorial series, you'll understand what all of these are. Okay, I'll write down just the type of statements. Type of statements, or statement types would probably be better. Well, okay. Declaration statements. Now, then jump statements. Jump statements. What would that be? Probably I don't even know. Okay, expression statements. Compound statements. Selection statements or conditionals. Now those are probably those if stuff, yeah, I guess. Like if something is there, then something else. the iteration statements. And try blocks. Okay. Now 2. Functions and the main function. In C++, statements are typically grouped into units called functions. A function is a collection of statements. Give me a second, I have to deal with this. Okay. Anyway, in C++, statements are typically grouped into units called functions. A function is a collection of statements that get executed sequentially in order from top to bottom. Okay, let's get through it again. In C++, statements are typically grouped into units called functions. Okay, so a function is a group of statements. A function is a collection of statements that get executed sequentially in order from top to bottom. I definitely probably should write it down, okay? As you learn to write your own programs, you'll be able to create your own functions and mix and match statements in any way you please. We'll show how in the future. Okay, I should write down this stuff. Not all of it, but definitely the definitions. That will be number 2. Functions. And the main function. In C++, statements are typically grouped into units called functions. And so a function is a collection of statements that get executed sequentially in order from top to bottom. Okay. Now, a rule. Every C++ program must have a special function named main, all lowercase letters. When the program is run, the statements inside of main are executed in sequential order. Okay. C++ program must have. Wait, I'm checking. Do I have any music, or should I make it a bit louder? Maybe a bit quieter. Something like that. Yeah. So yeah, every C++ program must have a special function named main. Okay. Next, programs typically terminate, finish running after the statement inside function main has been executed. Though programs may abort early in some circumstances or do some cleanup afterwards, functions are typically written to do a specific job or perform some useful action. For example, a function named max might contain statement that figures out which of two numbers is larger. A function named calculate grade might calculate a student's grade from a set of test scores. A function named print employee might print an employee's information to the console. We will talk a lot more about functions soon, as they are the most commonly used organizing tool in a program. Okay. Nomenclature. When discussing functions, it's fairly common shorthand. It's fairly common shorthand to append a pair of parentheses through the end of the function's name. For example, if you see the term main and parentheses, not parentheses, but I don't remember what they're called. Oh, yeah, parentheses. Okay. I'm going to be insane. All right. When discussing functions, it's fairly common shorthand to append a pair of parentheses to the end of the function's name. For example, if you see the term main parentheses or do something parentheses, this is a shorthand for functions named main or do something respectively. This helps differentiate functions from other things with names such as variables, without having to write the word function each time. Okay, in program, the name of a function or object type, template, etc. is called its identifier. Okay. Okay. Dissecting Hello World. Now that you have a brief understanding of what statements and functions are, let's return to our Hello World program and take a high-level look at what each line does in more detail. So yes, we have pound sign include, then basically tags opened, IO stream, then int main parentheses, and then brackets for std, double columns, count, double s, quotation marks, hello world, closing with semicolon, so that would be a statement, right? That closes with a semicolon. Yeah. Return 0. That would be and semicolon must be a statement. Line 1 is a special type of line called a preprocessor directive. This preprocessor directive indicates that we would like to use the content of the IOStream library, which is the part of C++ standard library that allows us to read and write text from to the console. We need this line in order to use std double colon quote on line 5. Excluding this line would result in a compiler error on line 5, as the compiler wouldn't otherwise know what std double colon quote is. Okay, line 1 is a special type of line called a preprocessor directive. The preprocessor directive indicates that we would like to use the contents of the IOStream library. Oh, okay, which is the part of C++ standard library that allows us to read and write text from or to the console. We need this line in order to use std quote on line 5. Okay. Excluding this line would result in a compiler error on line 5, as the compiler wouldn't otherwise know what std code is. Okay. Line 2 is blank and is ignored by the compiler. This line exists only to help make the program more readable for humans by separating the include preprocessor directive and the subsequent parts of the program. Okay. Line 3 tells the compiler that we're going to write or define a function whose name identifier is main. Alright. As you learned above, every C++ program must have a main function or it will fail to link. Okay, yeah. Lines 4 and 7, alright, brackets, tell the compiler which lines are part of the main function. Everything between the opening curly brace on line 4 and the closing curly brace on line 7 is considered part of the main function. This is called the function body. Alright, yeah. Line 5 is the first statement within function main. Yeah, this statement, and the first statement we will execute when we run our program. std double colon quote, which stands for character output. Oh, so quote is character output. Okay. And the double less than operator allow us to display information on the console. In this case, we're displaying the text hello world. This statement creates the visible output of the program. So this will be the std double quote. Basically, when we're using like something like IOStream library, that's where this function, well, basically statement is, and can be read by program because it's included in IOStream. By itself, line 5 would be a statement. std double colon quote would be character output. So C out. Oh, C out, I see. So character output. And then operator allows us to display information on the console. So like character output, and which character output, and we put this like pull from this, yeah, or something like that, and we're displaying the text hello world. This statement creates the visible output of the program. Okay. Line 6 is a return statement. When an executable program finishes running, the program sends a value back to the operating system in order to indicate whether it ran successfully or not. This particular return statement returns the value 0 to the operating system, which means everything went okay. This is the last statement in the program that executes. All of the programs we will write will follow this general template or a variation on it. Okay, sure. Author's note. If parts or all of the above explanation are confusing, that would be expected at this point. This was just to provide a quick overview. Subsequent lessons we will dig into all of the above topics with plenty of additional explanation and examples. Okay. You can compile and run this program yourself, and you will see that it outputs the following to the console. Hello world. If you run into issues compiling or executing this program, check out our lesson. Yeah. Oh, so we should run the... Okay. Let's try it then. Alright, and let's try to just build it. Alright, then should we try to compile it? Okay, I think I have maybe some sound problems. Let me check it. All right, test. Well, I'm hearing fine, I guess. Let's try it with the quiet music. How about now? Still no sound? Test, test, test. Now I'm hearing fine. Okay, let's do test with music. 1 1 1 test test test. Okay, let me check on the app probably. Test 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 1 1 1. I mean, I'm looking at listening to the stream right now as a direct feedback, and I mean, I hear everything. Maybe on YouTube? I mean, I hear everything. YouTube is fine too, yeah. Maybe on YouTube? YouTube is fine too, yeah. Okay, how would I check it? Different platform. Okay, test 111. No, sounds fine. Okay, well, I guess I'm continuing. Hey Kate, hey. All right. So this will, yeah, I compiled, everything's fine, and now let me test list like this. If I set my volume lower, for me, would I get it lower on stream? Test 111. Nope. I still get nice feedback. Not feedback, but nice volume. Yep. Okay. Now let's continue. Where was I? Oh yeah. So you can compile and run this program yourself, and which I did, and yeah. Okay. Syntax and syntax errors. In English, sentences are constructed according to specific grammatical rules that you probably learn in English class in school. For example, normal sentences end in a period. The rules that govern how sentences are constructed in a language is called syntax. If you forget the period and run two sentences together, this is a violation of the English language syntax. Alright? C++ has a syntax too, rules about how your programs must be constructed in order to be considered valid. When you compile your program, the compiler is responsible for making sure your program follows the basic syntax of the C++ language. If you violate a rule, the compiler will complain when you try to compile your program and issue a syntax error. Let's see what happens if we omit the semicolon on line 5. Oh yeah, like this. Of the Hello World program like this. Feel free to compile this Illinfor program yourself. Visual Studio produces the following error. Yeah, we can do that. Like we take out this semicolon and we compile stuff, and we got, yep, syntax error, missing semicolon before return. So we put it back, Let's compile it again. And it's okay. Okay. This is telling you that you have a syntax error on line 6. The compiler was expecting a semicolon before the statement, before the return statement, but it didn't find one. Although the compiler will tell you which line of the code it was compiling when it encountered the syntax error. The omission may actually be on previous line. In this case, the error is actually at the end of line 5. The compiler didn't discover the issue until line 6. Syntax errors are common when writing a program. Fortunately, they're typically straightforward to find and fix, as the compiler will generally point you right at them. Compilation of a program will only complete once all syntax errors are resolved. You can try deleting characters or even whole lines from the Hello World program to see different kinds of errors that get generated. Try restoring the missing semicolon at the end of line 5 and then deleting lines 1, 3, or 4 and see what happens. Okay, let's, for example, get rid of line 1, yeah, with that inclusion stuff. Let's compile. Yeah, now the std stuff has no member for CUD. CUD is no member of std. CUD undeclared identifier. And if we get back, if we compile, everything's okay. Okay. Now, quiz time. The following quiz is meant to reinforce your understanding of the material presented above. What is a statement? Okay, basically a statement is a set of instructions, much like the sentence in a language, that makes a computer to well, not do our bidding, but perform a task that was given to it. Statement is an instruction in a computer program that tells the computer to perform an action. Yep. Okay. What is a function? A function is a group, or rather a not a how do I say this? Not a selection, but a compilation. No. Okay, a group of statements is a collection of statements, yeah, that executes sequentially from top to bottom. Yep. What is the name of the function that all programs must have? A main. Okay, give me a second. Okay. Now, when program is run, where does execution start? On include or in main? I don't know. In main, yeah. The execution starts with the first statement inside the main function. Okay. What symbol are statements in C++ often ended with semicolon? What is a syntax error? Well, basically an error in a defined statements, like a missed semicolon, or well, you can say like a coding grammatical error, like you type main with a extra letter or missing letter, or even how do you say, not high register, but in all capitals and stuff like that. A syntax error is a compiler error that occurs at a compile time when your program violates the grammar rules of the C++ language. Yep. What is the C++ standard library? Basically a dynamic version, not a dynamic version, a version of statements, a collection of statements and or functions that could be linked to the main program for like compiler or builder, anything to understand, otherwise it won't compile. Some statements there are only in those libraries, something like that. A library file is a collection of precompiled code that has been packaged up for reuse in other programs. The C++ standard library is a library that ships with C++. Yeah, it contains additional functionality to use in your programs. Yep. Okay. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Let me check up on stream.
Pretty matched.
All right, everything's okay. Seems to be okay. Okay, give me a second. I'll keep my team. All right, we are to our mark. Yeah, I can use a bathroom break, quick break. Yeah. Let's do that, so I wouldn't squirm around while I'm doing the next one. The next one probably will be easy, hence it's only commenting. I mean, what I already kind of know what a commenting is, but I definitely need the proper methodology for commenting. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I'll leave you with Mr. Daly for the time being while I'm gone. Well, I'm going to the bathroom. Like this.
Would you want to go swimming inside a giant school of fish? The video is coming to an end now. I really hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. Here's a shark that suffers from scoliosis.
Can be very personal animals. They're the ones often near the bottom and have what looks like whiskers called.
This person trained their dog to do a trust fall. What you see behind the jet is called a vapor cone. Here's a dog that has way too much energy. The good news is that nobody was hurt. What do you guys think this cat is trying to do? Oh! Here's an extreme close-up of a horsefly cleaning itself. This is what the Northern Lights look like in real time. That is the end of this video. I really hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. This person went to the dentist and needed their face to be numbed. The dentist kinda screwed up because half her face was paralyzed for 2.5 hours.
Don't be alarmed, it's gonna look like you've had a stroke. Like you're smiling on that side. And you just don't be.
I found a cool video of someone saving their drone from falling into the water after it ran out of battery. This guy found a dog that he thought was his neighbor's dog.
Wait, Raiders in the house. What dog is this then? This ain't their dog. No? It's not their dog. Hey! Who's dog?
Most babies like to cuddle with teddy bears, but this baby only wants to cuddle with an HDMI computer cable.
It cuddles with HDMI wires. Sorry, here you go. You can keep it.
One of my subscribers rolled a cookie onto an elevator. I found a video of a fox trying to eat a photographer. This driver had a human windshield wiper. This kitten was watching YouTube videos on how to properly groom. Unfortunately, that is the end of this video. I really hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. One of my subscribers made a mini tornado in their living room. They used a smoke machine to make the smoke, and then turned their ceiling fan in reverse to create the tornado. A giant wave came in and took out the bridge on the ship.
Hey! He left the freaking hose on. Oh my god. Y'all water bill gonna be high.
A car crashed into this tattoo parlor, but luckily nobody was hurt. This cat loves to find random garbage and bring it back inside.
Oh!
This person just kinda doesn't care about anything at all. One of my subscribers recorded this video of penguins
Alright.
that were curious about a shadow.
Let me do another quick sound check. Okay, that's full volume. Okay. Just checking. Right. Let's get back to this next lesson. All right. Comments. A comment is a programmer a readable note that is inserted directly into the source code of the program. Comments are ignored by the compiler and are for the programmer's use only. In C++, there are two different styles of comments, both of which serve the same purpose: to help programmers document the code in some way. Single-line comments. The / symbol begins a C++ single-line comment, which tells the compiler to ignore everything from the / symbol to the end of the line. For example, stdcode hello world / everything from here to the end of the line is ignored. Yep. Typically, the single line comment is used to make a quick comment about a single line of code. stdcode lives in the IOStream library. These comments make the code hard to read, especially when lines are different length. Yeah. Having comments to the right of a line can make both the code and the comment hard to read, particularly if the line is long. If the lines are fairly short, the comments can simply be aligned, usually to a tab stop, like so. Yeah. stdcode live. This is much easier to read, don't you think so? Yeah. However, if the lines are long, placing comments to the right can make your lines really long. In that case, single line comments are often placed above the line it is commenting. Yeah. Author's note. The statements above are represent one of our first encounters with snippets of code, because snippets aren't full programs. They aren't able to be compiled by themselves. Rather, they exist to demonstrate specific concept in a concise manner. If you'd like to compile a snippet, you'll need to turn it into a full program in order for it to compile. Typically, that program will look something like this. Okay. Multi-line comments. The /, and */ are a pair of symbols. Denotes a C-style multi-line comment. Everything in between the symbol is ignored. This is a multi-line comment. This line will be ignored, so will this one. Yeah. Since everything between the symbol is ignored,
You will sometimes see programmers beautify their multi-line comments. This is a multi-line comment. The matching asterisk to the left can make this easier to read. Oh, like a bullet points. Okay. Multi-line comments cannot be nested. Consequently, the following will have unexpected results. Okay, like this is a multi-line comment. This is not inside the comment. Oh, because the it's been closed and okay. And not open, but that doesn't count because it doesn't read this one. Okay. The above comments end at the first star sign slash, not the second star sign slash. Okay. When the compiler tries to compile this, it will ignore everything from the first slash star sign to the first star sign slash. Since this is not inside the comment, is not considered part of the comment, the compiler will try to compile it. Yeah. That will inevitably result in a compile error. This one place where using a syntax highlighter can be really useful, as the different coloring for comments should make clear what's considered part of the comment versus not. Warning: don't use multi-line comments inside other multi-line comments. Wrapping single-line comments inside a multi-line comment is okay. Okay, yeah, I get it. Proper use of comments. Typically, comments should be used for three things. First, for a given library, program, or function, comments are best used to describe what the library, program, or function does. These are typically placed on the top of the file or library, or immediately preceding the function. For example, this program calculates the student's final grade based on their test and homework scores. This function uses Newton's method to approximate the root of a given equation. The following lines generate a random item based on rarity, level, and a weight factor. All of these comments give the reader a good idea of what library, program, or function is trying to accomplish, without having to look at the actual code. Okay, the user, possibly someone else, or if you're trying to reuse code you previously written, can tell at a glance whether the code is relevant to what he or she is trying to accomplish. This is particularly important when working as part of a team, where not everybody will be familiar with all of the code. Second, within a library, program, or function described above, comments can be used to describe how the code is going to accomplish its goal. To calculate the final grade, we sum all the weighted midterm and homework scores, and then divide by the number of scores to assign a percentage, which is used to calculate a ladder grade. To generate a random item, we're going to do the following. Put all of the items of the desired rarity on a list. Calculate a probability for each item based on level and weight factor. Choose a random number. Figure out which item that random number corresponds to. Return the appropriate item. These comments give the user an idea of how the code is going to accomplish its goal without having to understand what each individual line of code does. Third, at the statement level, comments should be used to describe why the code is doing something. A bad statement comment explains what the code is doing. If you ever write code that is so complex that it needs a comment to explain what a statement is doing, you probably need to rewrite your statement, not comment it. Here are some examples of bad line comments and good statements comments. Bad comment: set right set site range to the to 0. Reason: we already can see that site is being set to 0 by looking at the statement. Good comment. The player just drank a potion of blindness and cannot see anything. Site equals 0. Okay. Reason: now we know why the player site is being set to 0. Bad comment. Calculate the cost of the items. Cost equals quantity times 2 times store price. A reason: we can see that this is a cost calculation, but why is quantity multiplied by 2? Okay, good comment. We need to multiply quantity by 2 here because they are both in pairs. Oh, okay. Reason: now we know why this formula makes sense. Programmers often have to make a tough decision between solving a problem one way or solving it another way. Comments are a great way to remind yourself or tell somebody else the reason you made one decision instead of another. Good comments. We decided to use a linked list instead of an array because arrays do insertion too slowly. We're going to use Newton's method to find the root of a number because there is no deterministic way to solve these equations. Finally, comments should be written in a way that makes sense to someone who had no idea what the code does. It is often the case that programmer will say it's obvious what this does, there is no way I'll forget about this. Guess what? It's not obvious, and you will be amazed how quickly you forget. You or someone else will thank you later for writing down the what, how, and why you're code in human language. Reading individual lines of code is easy. Understanding what goal they are meant to accomplish is not. Related content. We discuss commenting for variable declaration statements in lesson 1.7. Well, it's be later. Best practice. Comment your code liberally and write your comments as if speaking to someone who has no idea what the code does. Don't assume you'll remember why you made specific choices. Author's note. Throughout the rest of this tutorial series, we'll use comment inside code blocks to draw your attention to specific things or help illustrate how things work, while ensuring the program still compile. Astute readers will note that by the above standards, most of these comments are horrible. As you read through the rest of the tutorials, keep in mind that the comments are serving an intentional educational purpose, not trying to demonstrate what good comments look like. Commenting our code. Converting one or more lines of code into a comment is called commenting out your code. This provides a convenient way to temporarily exclude parts of your code from being included in your compiled program. To comment out a single line of code, simply use the / style comment to turn a line of code into a comment temporarily. Uncommented out. cd character output / and 1 commented out / and the code is commented out. Okay, to comment out a block of code, use / on multiple lines of code or the / style comment to turn the block of code into a comment temporarily. Uncommented out. Commented out either / or /*. Yep. There are quite a few reasons you might want to do this. You're working on a new piece of code that won't compile yet and you need to run the program. The compiler won't let you compile the code if there are compiler errors. Commenting out the code that won't compile will allow the program to compile so you can run it. When you're ready, you can uncomment the code and continue working on it. Yep. You're reading new code that compiles but doesn't work correctly and you don't have time to fix it until later. Commenting out the broken code will ensure that broken code doesn't execute and cause problems until you can fix it. Yep. To find the source of an error, If a program isn't producing the desired results or is crashing, it can sometimes be useful to disable parts of your code to see if you can isolate what's causing it to not work correctly. If you comment out one more lines of code and your program starts working as expected or stops crashing, odds are whatever you last commented out was part of the problem. You can then investigate why those lines of code are causing the problem. You want to replace one piece of code with another piece of code instead of just deleting the original code. You can comment it out and leave it there for reference until you're sure your new code works properly. Once you are sure your new code is working, you can remove the all commented out code. If you can't get your new code to work, you can always delete the new code and uncomment the old code to revert to what you had before. Commented out code is a common thing to do while developing. So many IDEs provide support for commenting out highlighted section of code. How you access this functionality varies by IDE. So for you Visual Studio users, you can comment or comment a selection via Edit menu, Advanced Comment section, or Uncomment section. Also, I can do it here, yeah. Edit, Advanced, and Comment selection. So edit, Advanced, and Comment selection. Oh yeah, here we go. And everything, okay. Commented in a double slash style, but can we do the like a block style? I see toggle line, toggle block comment. No, it still does the usual slash style. Okay. A tip: if you always use single line comments for your normal comments, then you can always use multi-line comments to comment out your code without conflict. If you use multi-comments to document your code, then commented out code using comments can be more challenging. Oh, I see. Okay. If you do need to comment out a code block that contains multi-line comments, you can also consider using the if0 preprocessor directive, which we discussed in lesson 2.10. Oh, well, okay. Summary: at the library, program, or function level, you use comments to describe what? The library, program, or function level. Use comments to describe what? Okay. Inside the library. Oh, I see. At the library or level. Okay. Inside the library, program, or function. Basically on the line. Use comments to describe how. Yeah. At the statement levels. Oh, no. Then how would be within basically nested block, and then at the statement level use comments to describe why. Okay, sure. Okay, that's a big one. Oh, not really. Objects and variables. Okay, let me rest my voice a little bit. Sip on some tea. Oh yeah, and let me check on stream. Looks okay. Oh, I found this streaming.
doing some, I guess, Christmas charity stream. Nice. Okay. Introduction to object and variables. Data and values. In lesson 1.1, statements and the structure of program, you learn that the majority of instructions in a program are statements, and that functions are groups of statements that execute sequentially. Yep. The statements inside the function perform actions that hopefully generate whatever results the program was designed to produce. But how do programs actually produce results? They do so by manipulating, reading, changing, and writing data. In computing, data is an information that can be moved, processed, or stored by a computer. Okay. I'll write it down. Data is any information that can be moved, processed, or stored by a computer. Okay. Key insight. Programs are a collection of instructions that manipulate data to produce a desired result. Okay. A program can acquire data to work with in many ways, from a file or a database over a network, from the user providing input on a keyboard, or from the programmer putting data directly into the source code of the program itself. In the Hello World program from the aforementioned lesson, the text Hello World was inserted directly into the source code of the program, providing data for the program to use. The program then manipulates this data by sending it to the monitor to be displayed. Okay. Inserted directly into the source code of the program, providing data for the program to use. The program then manipulates this data by sending it to the monitor to be displayed. Okay. Data on a computer, it is typically stored in a format that is efficient for storage or processing, and is thus not human readable. Thus, when the Hello World program is compiled, the text Hello World is converted into a more efficient format for the program to use, binary, which we'll discuss in a future. Okay, a single piece of data is called a value. Okay, let me write it down. A single piece of data is called value. Common examples of values include letters, like A, numbers like 5, and text like hello. Okay. Okay. RAM. Oh yeah, the good old RAM. Random access memory. The main memory in a computer is called random access memory, often called RAM for short. When we run a program, the operating system loads the program into RAM. Any data that is hard-coded into the program itself, like text such as hello world, is loaded at this point. The operating system also reserves some additional RAM for the program to use while it's running. Okay. Common uses for this memory are to store values entered by the user, to store data read in from a file or network, or to store values calculated while the program is running, like the sum of two values, so they can be used again later. Okay, let me get through it again. To reserve some additional RAM. Common use for this memory are to store values entered by user, to store data read in from a file or a network, or to store values calculated while the program is running. Okay, you can think of RAM as a series of numbered boxes that can be used to store data while the program is running. Okay, in some older programming languages like AppleSoft Basic, you could directly access these boxes. Like you could write a statement to go get the value stored in mailbox number 7532. Okay. Next. Objects and variables. In C++, direct memory access is discouraged. Oh, okay. Instead, we access memory indirectly through an object. An object is a region of storage, usually memory, that can store a value and has other associated properties that we'll cover in future lessons. How the compiler and operating system work to assign memory to objects is beyond the scope of this lesson. Oh, okay. But the key point here is that rather than say go get the value stored in mailbox number 7532, we can say go get the value stored by this object. Now, okay. This means we can focus on using objects to store and retrieve values and not have to worry about where in memory those objects are actually being placed. Well, yeah, probably more easier, yeah. Although objects in C++ can be unnamed, anonymous, more often we name our objects using an identifier. An object with a name is called a variable. Okay. More often we name our objects using an identifier. An object with a name is called variable. Okay. Key insight. An object is used to store a value in memory. A variable is an object that has a name or identifier. Used to store a value in memory, yeah. A variable is an object that has a name. Okay. Naming our objects let us refer to them again later in the program. Okay. Nomenclature. In general programming, the term object typically refers to an unnamed object in memory. A variable or a function in C++, the term object has a narrower definition that excludes functions. Oh, okay. So in C++, the term object has a narrower definition that excludes functions. Okay, so object is not a function. Okay. Now, variable instantiation. In order to create a variable, we use a special kind of declaration statement called a definition. We'll clarify the difference between a declaration and definition later. Give me a second. Okay. Yeah, in order to create a variable, we use a special kind of declaration statement called a definition. Create a variable. So to create an object with a name, we use a special kind of declaration statement. Statement is a set of instruction. So a declaration set of instruction called a definition. Okay, we'll clarify the difference between a declaration and definition later. Okay. Here's an example of defining a variable named x. Int x. Define a variable named x of type int. Okay. At compile time, when the compiler sees this statement, it makes a note to itself that we are defining a variable given the name x, and that is of type int. More on types in a moment. From that point forward, with some limitation that we'll talk about in the future, whenever the compiler sees the identifier x, it will know that we are referencing this variable. Okay. When the program is run, called runtime, the variable will be instantiated. Instantiation is a fancy word that means the object will be created and assigned a memory address. Variables must be instantiated before they can be used to store values. For the sake of example, let's say that variable x is instantiated at memory location 140. Whenever the program uses variable x, it will access the value in memory location 140, and instantiated object is sometimes called an instance. Okay, so int x would be a variable named x, which would be an object with a name of the type int. Then we'll run the program. Where will be instantiated? Instantiate is a fancy word. It means the object like x will be created and assigned a memory address. Okay, so x will have some kind of 00 something value. Variables must be instantiated before they can be used to store values. Oh, okay, so you'll get its own memory address, and then he can store some values. For the sake of example, let's say that variable x is instantiated at memory location 140. Okay. Whenever the program uses variable x, it will access the value in memory location 140. Okay, so basically it just goes to this memory 00 something 140 and gets the value stored in that place in that memory. An instantiated object is sometimes called an instant. Okay. So defined variable, which has its own memory address, would be called an instance. Okay. Kind of. Yeah, okay. Data types. So far we've covered that variables are a named region of storage that can store a data value. How exactly data is stored is a topic for future lesson. A data type, more commonly just called a type, tells the compiler what type of value, like a number or letter, text, etc., the variable will store. In the above example, our variable x was given type int, which means variable x will represent an integer value. An integer is a number that can be written without a fractional component, such as 4, 27, 0, -2, or -12. For short, we can say that x is an integer variable. Okay, so basically, if we write something like this, the x would be a variable, which is an object with a name. And if we will run a program that that variable will get instantiated and will get its own memory address, and it can, or can not necessarily, but can contain some values. Okay. And we also assigned a data type to this variable. So in this case, it's an integer, a number that can be written without a fractional component. Okay. For short, we can say that x is an integer variable. Integer variable. Yeah, okay. Now, in C++, the type of variable must be known as compile time. Oh, must be known at compile time, when the program is compiled, and that time cannot be changed without recompiling the program. Yeah. This means an integer variable can only hold integer values. If you want to store some kind of other kind of value, you'll need to use a different type. Integers are just one of many types that C++ supports out of the box. For illustrative purposes, here's another example of defining a variable using data type double. Double width. Define a variable named width of type double. Okay. C++ also allows you to create your own custom types. This is something we'll do a lot in the future, and it's part of what makes C++ powerful. Okay. For these introductory chapters, we'll stick with integer variables because they are conceptually simple, but we'll explore many of other types C++ has to offer, including double soon. Okay. Now, defining multiple variables. It is possible to It is possible to define multiple variables of the same type in a single statement by separating the names with a comma. The following two snippets of code are effectively the same. Integer A, integer B. Okay. Is the same as integer A, comma, space B. And semicolon, of course, to close. When defining multiple variables this way, there are two common mistakes that new programmers tend to make. Neither serious, since the compiler will catch this and ask you to fix them. The first mistake is giving each variable a type when defining variables in sequence. Oh, like int A, and at the same time int B, wrong compiler error. And the correct way would be again int A, comma, space B, closing colon, semicolon. The second mistake is to try to define variables of different types in the same statement, which is not allowed. Okay, and second mistake is to try to define variables of different types in the same statement, which is not allowed. Oh, okay. Variables of different types must be defined in separate statements. So the wrong one would be integer A and double B basically in the same statement. Oh, I see. Or integer A semicolon double B semicolon. Correct, but not recommended. Yeah, you should probably separate those two on different lines. Correct and recommended. Easier to read. Also, yeah. Integer A, double B, everything on its own separate lines. Yeah. Although the language allows you to do so, avoid defining multiple variables of the same time in a single statement. Yeah, instead define each variable in a separate statement on its own line, and then use a single line comment to document what it is used for. Sure. Summary. In C++, we use objects to access memory. A named object is called variable. Variables have an identifier, a type, and a value. Identifier would be just a name, right? Yeah. And some other attributes that aren't relevant here. A variable's type is used to determine how the value in memory should be interpreted. A variable's type is used to determine how the value in memory should be interpreted. Yeah. In the next lesson, we'll look at how to give values to our variables and how to actually use them. Okay. What is data? Okay. Well, and information. Oh, that can be used, moved, manipulated, stored, something like that. Data is any information that can be moved, processed, or stored by a computer. Okay. I'll definitely need to get back to a couple of those to make some notes. Okay. Then what is value? And that's just a like one piece of data. A value is a letter, like a, number, 5, text, hello, or instance of some other useful concept that can be represented as data. Well, almost, yeah. A single piece of data is called value. Okay, sure. What is variable? That's an object with a name. A variable is a named region of memory that can be used to store values. Wait, but then what is an identifier? Identifier is the name that variable is accessed by. Oh, I switched around the stuff. Again, variable would be named region of memory that can be used to store values, like 140. Identifier is the name that variable is accessed by. So int x would be a variable. It has some kind of memory address, and its identifier would be x, right? I guess. Oh, okay. What is a type? Basically let's just say a translation of a kind of variable that would be used for the compiler. Like, is it a number? Is it a word? Is it a letter or stuff like that? Sounds like that. A type tells the program how to interpret a value in memory. Well, yeah, if it's a number, if it's yeah. Okay, what is an integer? A number that can be represented without any fractions. An integer is a number that can be written without a fractional component. Yeah. Okay. I'll need to note down all this stuff properly. Okay. But I kind of get in the gist. I already can see some examples, like you said this as a variable, and then that variable can have like a value, and it can be expressed like a damage, for example, an arrow damage, or an arrow itself. Like 0 is it's present, it's not present. 1 is it's present, or something like that. I guess we'll get through. Okay, next lesson, and let me rest my voice a bit. Oof, big subject. Variable assignment and initialization. Okay. Then we have an IO stream that basically, I guess, library. Literals and operators and expressions. All right, tough stuff, but I mean, definitely not tougher than, I guess, programming itself. So oh yeah, hey Kate, hey. I'm checking up on stream. Looks okay. Oh, it's 3-hour mark. Yeah. Let me get some water. And well, I don't want to bathroom.
but I definitely need some water. Okay, let me get you, Mr. Daly, while I'll go to the bathroom.
So this is pretty cool. This saw can both measure and cut wood at the same time. So this is pretty sad. A crab found a medicine bottle to use as a shell. That is the end of this video. I really hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. I was given permission to show this video of these strange eggs that were laid by some type of amphibian.
Weird, man.
How did you see that?
Something that stands out.
Oh, hold on, you moved it. Wow.
I found a blacksmith that makes swords using his bare hands. He told me that he dips his hand in water to form this protective barrier when he hits the burning hot metal.
Here goes.
So one of my subscribers accidentally dropped their sunglasses into an orangutan enclosure and captured this amazing video.
Oh yeah, try to.
I found a sad video of the abuse shopping carts go through every day.
But tell me this is not like the cutest car ever.
Oh no! No!
Yeah, we just got here. Coming in now.
I hope everyone has an amazing, fantastic day, and I'll talk to you guys later. Bye now. Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. Here's an x-ray of a dog eating food. A dust devil appeared on a field in Canada. The good news was that nobody was hurt. This baby raccoon was found all alone in the road, but was rescued and taken to a local wildlife center.
So our person here has locked himself out of the car while it's in gear, and he's stuck at the beach. This is our true visitor here in East Hampton.
These astronauts decided to make some pizza in space. This person left their shoes outside all night long and they were filled with bugs the next morning. That's the end of this video. Thanks for spending a few minutes with me today, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. This is called red lightning or red sprites. They are large electrical discharges that occur above thunderstorms. This photographer captured images of red sprites forming in China. They are so large that they are about the same size as a major city and can be seen from space.
Gigi! Stop!
It's hard to see, but that little white speck is a human egg next to a coin to show how small it is. If you still can't see it, here are 10 human eggs all clustered together.
Peter, are you in airplane mode again? You fly around like...
A zoo installed a new security camera and it scared the snow leopard.
Check out my super secret drawer here. You try to open it, right? But then it's blocked by the stove. So what do you have to do? Open up the stove. And then you're trying to open it more and it's blocked by the oven light. So you have to turn the oven light on to try to open it further. But then it's blocked by the stove top. So you have to turn this to medium to open it even further. What do I keep in there? Sponges.
This person made some incredible stop motion animation using playing cards. That's the end of this video. Hopefully I made your day just a little better, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. A scientist opened up a can of tuna and put the meat under a microscope. They found that there was microscopic plastic inside of the fish. The plastic that we produce is polluting the ocean, which results in the fish consuming the plastic.
So freaking. Excuse me! No! No!
Babe, it's gonna. What are we? I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
This diver drank a bottle of soda while upside down, underwater, and under the ice.
The Coke does not want to go to my stomach, but up to my ears. First I have to drink the Coke until the bottle squeezes in, but because there's no atmosphere air to relieve the pressure, I have to blow some air from my lungs into the bottle to pop it back out, and then continue to drink. You can see the air floats to the bottom of the Coke bottle, so I have to drink the last bit with the bottle tilted towards my belly, or else I won't be able to drink anymore and will just get a mouthful of air. Don't worry, I pick up the garbage.
Here's a cool demonstration showing the magnetic fields of a magnet.
Este viejo está buscando que lo manden al hospital. Va a quedar lo que él va a hacer ahora. Ay, mi madre, por un viejo, ¿no? Como de 80 años. Stick up fuck.
Someone found a rare caterpillar that looks like a mossy stick.
Alright, I'm back. Let me pause the Mr. Daily and switch to study. Okay. I also needed a bathroom when I stood up. I just stood. And I should probably relieve myself. And of course, bathroom being the great idea generator that it is, which by the way has some nice, or let's say fun, psychological mechanism why that happens. Anyway, I also got some ideas about the notes I should make on especially previous a couple of lessons. And so yes, so I should definitely write down like some logical statements, but at the same time I should make like a basically like a visualization tree of logical dependencies, with, you know, like branching out and all that stuff, and maybe even in Obsidian, since it has well, its main function to make mind trees, but I think it can also do some great stuff with all of that, with visual representation of like for example all those code terminology and logical statements and stuff like that, or maybe even both, like one on paper and sketch on paper and then make it in a Obsidian just to you know, to cement everything within me. I should write that down definitely, so I wouldn't forget. Make a mind tree for code on paper and Obsidian. Okay. Next. Variable assignment and initialization. In the previous lesson, 1.3, Introduction to Objects and Variables, we covered how to define a variable that we can use to store values. Yeah, this lesson will explore how to actually put values into variables and use those values. As a reminder, here's a short snippet that first allocates a single integer variable named x, then allocates two more integer variables named y and z. Here's a short snippet that first allocates a single integer variable named x, integer x, yeah, and then allocates two more integer variables named y and z. Integer y, comma, space z, colon, semicolon. Okay. Variable assignment. After a variable has been defined, you can give it a value in a separate statement using the operator, the equals operator. Oh, okay, so equals would be the operator, not the statement itself. Statement is a statement, and within that statement, equals would be the operator. Okay, okay. So, variable defined, and we can give it a value. This process is called assignment, and the equals operator is called the assignment operator. Okay, so int integer width would be define an integer variable named width, yes. Then next statement width 5 equals 5, and 5 would be operator. Assignment of value 5 into variable width. Okay, so then when we reach for width, for variable width, we will have type of integer, which is a number that can't be expressed in fractions, and then make a statement that calls upon a variable width, uses the operator which assigns a value 5 to it. Okay, and so we have variable width now has value 5, so that width has some memory address like 00140, and in it there is a value 5, just 5. Okay, by default assignment copies the value on the right hand side of the operator, okay, to the variable on the left side of the operator. Oh, we should look at it like this. Okay, okay, okay. So it's not just the, yeah. So as soon as we pull those equals, the equals would be kind of like an arbiter or something like that. Well, operator, yeah. Between those and those. Between the left hand side and right hand side. And it does it by copying the value of 5 on the left hand side. This is called copy assignment. Okay, here's an example that we use where we use assignment twice. Okay, so include IOStream, we use this library, I guess. Integer main, which would be the function, and then within this function, in brackets, we have statements. Statement integer width operator assigns 5 to width, copy assignment of value 5 into variable width. Then std character output display width, it prints 5, so it shows, basically displays 5. Then with then we have operator assignment 7 to width again, because it would read the function top to bottom. So change value stored in variable width to 7, and then once again we do character output display width, and it will print out 7 and return 0, so basically return so everything okay. Okay. Oh, and this prints 57, not 5 then 7. Okay, so just make it them, well, just sequentially. First one, second one. Okay, okay. Because yeah, we didn't define anything to do, like we didn't define any addition, multiplication, nothing like that. So we just would sequential display, like here you go, this, assign, display this, and then assign, display this, and return 0. Okay. And it will give 57. Okay. When we assign of value 7 to variable width, the value 5 that was there previously is overridden. Normal variables can only hold one value at a time. Okay, now this doesn't make sense. Why the output is 57 if 7 overrides 5? When we assign value 7 to variable width, the value 5 that was there previously, yeah, is overridden. Normal variables can only hold one value at a time. But then why does it print out 57? Or 5 and 7 at the same time? Does it only print out 7? Oh, I get it. Okay. Because it actually because it actually makes program do that in subsequential order, from top to bottom. It reads this one, signs this one, and then prints out 5, and it must do that because no one said anything else. And then once again assign the 7 to width and also print out that. And then it gives you that and that. Okay. Warning. One of the most common mistakes that new programmers make is to confuse the assignment operator equals with the equality operator double equals. Assignment equals is used to assign a value to a variable. Equality double equals is used to test whether two operands are in equal value. Okay, so if I want to compare like or test like is 5 equals to 7, then I use the equality operator. Okay. Oh, okay. Initialization. One downside of assignment is that it requires at least 2 statements, one to define the variable and one to assign the value. Okay. These 2 steps can be combined. When a variable is defined, you can also provide an initial value for the variable at the same time. This is called initialization. The value used to initialize a variable is called an initializer. initialization in C++ is surprisingly complex, so we'll present a simplified view here. There are 6 basic ways to initialize variables in C++. Integer A, no initializer, default initialization, okay. Integer B, assignment 5, so operator assigns value 5 to B. Initialize after equal sign, copy initialization, okay. Integer C, parentheses 6, initializer in parentheses direct initialization, okay. Then list initialization method, C++11 preferred, okay. Integer D, curly bracket 7, that would be initialized in braces. Integer E equals, or not equals, but assignment 8 in braces. Initializer in braces after equals sign, copy list initialization, okay. Integer F, and nothing else, just just braces. Initializer is empty brace, value initialization. You may see above forms written with different spacing, like integer D, with no spaces, just curly brackets, and then within them 7. Whether you use extra spaces for readability or not is a matter of personal preference. Oh, okay, I see. Default initialization. When no initialization value is provided, such as for variable A above, okay, this is called default initialization. In most cases, default initialization leaves a variable with an indeterminate value. Discuss this case further in lesson 1.6, okay. Copy initialization. When an initializer is provided after an equal sign, this is called copy initialization. This form of initialization was inherited from C. Integer with assignment operator 5. This would be copy initialization of value 5 into variable with. Much like copy assignment, this copies the value on the right hand side of the equals into the variable being created on the left hand side. In the above snippet, variable with will be initialized with value 5. Copy initialization had fallen out of favor in modern C++ due to being less efficient than other forms of initialization for some complex types. However, C++17 remedied the bulk of these issues, and copy initialization is now finding new advocates. You will also find it used in older code, especially code ported from C, or by developers who simply think it looks more natural and is easier to read. Okay, for advanced readers, copy initialization is also used whenever values are implicitly copied or converted, such as when passing arguments to a function by value, returning from a function by value, or catching exception by value. Okay. Direct initialization. When an initializer is provided inside parentheses, this is called direct initialization. integer with parentheses 5, direct initialization of value 5 into a variable with. Direct initialization was initially introduced to allow for more efficient initialization of complex objects, those with class types, which we'll cover in future chapter. Just like copy initialization, direct initialization had fallen out of favor in modern C++, largely due to being superseded by list initialization. However, we know that list initialization has a few quirks of its own, and so direct initialization is once again finding use in certain cases. Okay. For advanced readers, direct initialization is also used when values are explicitly cast to another type. One of the reasons direct initialization has fallen out of favor is because it makes it hard to differentiate variables from functions. For example, integer x, parentheses, forward declaration of function x, integer x, parentheses, 0, definition of variable x with initializer 0. Okay. List initialization. The modern way to initialize objects in C++ is to use a form of initialization that makes use of curly braces. This is called list initialization, or uniform initialization, or brace initialization. List initialization comes in three forms: integer with curly brackets 5, directly list initialization of value 5 into variable with, integer height, operator, assignment operator, curly braces 6, copy list initialization of value 6 into variable height, integer depth, just curly braces, value initialization. As an aside, prior to introduction of list initialization, some type of initialization required using copy initialization, and other type of initialization required using direct initialization. List initialization was introduced to provide a more consistent initialization syntax, which is why it is sometimes called uniform initialization that works in most cases. Additionally, list initializations provide a way to initialize objects with a list of values, which is why it is called list initialization. We show an example of this in lesson 16.12, Introduction to STD vector and list constructors. Okay. List initialization has an added benefit. It disallows narrowing conversions. This means that you try to brace initialize a variable. If you try to brace initialize a variable using a value that the variable cannot safely hold, the compiler will produce an error. For example, integer with curly braces 4.5 error, a number with fractional value can fit into an integer. Yeah. In the above snippet, we're trying to assign a number 4.5 that has a fractional part, the 0.5 part, to an integer variable which can only hold numbers without fractional parts. Copy and direct initialization would simply drop the fractional part, resulting in the initialization of value 4 into variable with. Your compiler may produce a warning about this, since losing data is rarely desired. However, with list initialization, the compiler will generate an error instead, forcing you to remedy this issue before proceeding. Conversions can be done without potential data loss or allowed. Conversions that can be done without potential data loss are allowed. To summarize, List initialization is generally preferred over the other initialization forms because it works in most cases. It disallows narrowing conversions, and it supports initialization with lists of values, something we'll cover in a future lesson. While you're learning, we recommend sticking with list initialization or value initialization. Okay. Best practice: prefer direct list initialization or value initialization for initializing your variables. Author's note: Bjorn Stroustrup, creator of C++ and Herb Sutter, C++ expert, also recommend using list initialization to initialize your variables. In modern C++, there are some cases where list initialization does not work as expected. We cover one such case in lesson 16.2. Because of such quirks, some experienced developers now advocate for using a mix of copy, direct, and list initialization depending on the circumstance. Once you are familiar enough with the language to understand the nuances of each initialization type and the reasoning behind such recommendation, you can evaluate on your own whether you find these arguments persuasive. Okay. Value initialization and zero initialization. When a variable is list initialized using empty braces, value initialization takes place. In most cases, value initialization will initialize the variable to 0 or empty, if that's more appropriate for a given type. In such cases where zeroing occurs, this is called zero initialization. Integer with braces with nothing, value initialization, zero initialization to value 0. When should I initialize with braces 0 versus braces nothing? As an explicit initialization value, if you're actually using that value, integer multiplied by integer x, braces 0, explicit initialization to value 0, std code x, we're using that 0 value. Use value initialization as if the value is temporary and will be replaced. Integer x, nothing, value initialization, std cin x, we're immediately replacing that value. Alright, initialize your variables. Initialize your variables upon creation. You may eventually find cases where you want to ignore this advice for a specific reason, like a performance critical section of code that uses a lot of variables, and that's okay as long as the choice is made deliberately. Related content. For more discussion on this topic, Bjorn Stroustrup and Herb Sutter make these recommendations themselves here. Okay. We explore what happens if you try to use a variable that doesn't have a well-defined value in lesson 1.6. Best practice: initialize your variables upon creation. Okay, I guess. Initializing multiple variables. In the last section, we noted that it's possible to define multiple variables of the same type in a single statement by separating the name with a comma. Yeah. We also noted that best practice is to avoid this syntax altogether. However, since you may encounter other code that uses this style, it's still useful to talk a little bit more about it, if for no other reason than to reinforce some of the reasons you should be avoiding it. You can initialize multiple variables defined on the same line. Integer a with assignment operator 5, B with assignment of 6. That's just copy initialization. Integer C, parenthesis 7, D, parenthesis 8, direct initialization. Integer E, braces 9, F, braces 10, direct brace initialization. Integer G, braces G, assignment operator with braces 9, H with assignment operator braces 10, copy brace initialization. Integer I, empty braces, J, empty braces. That would be value initialization. Unfortunately, there is a common pitfall that here that can occur when the programmer mistakenly tries to initialize both variables by using one initialization statement. Integer A. Oh, without the okay, and that would be, and then A is not initialized. Yeah. And then integer A with assignment operator of 5, B with assignment of 5. That would be correct. Okay. In the top statement, variable A will be left uninitialized, and the compiler may or may not complain. If it doesn't, that is a great way to have your program intermittently crash or produce sporadic results. We'll talk more about what happens if you use uninitialized variables shortly. The best way to remember that this is wrong is to consider the case of direct initialization or brace initialization. Integer A, B, of parenthesis 5, C, or D, curly braces 5, because the parentheses or braces are typically placed right next to variable name. This makes it seem a little more clear that the value 5 is only being used to initialize variable B and D, not A or C. Well, yeah. Okay. Unused initialized variable warnings. Modern compilers will typically generate warnings if a variable is initialized but not used, since this is rarely desirable. And if treat warnings as errors is enabled, these warnings will be promoted to errors and cause the compilation to fail. Consider the following innocent-looking program. Okay. Integer main statement, integer x with braces 5, variable defined but not used anywhere, return 0. Okay. And compiling this with the G++ compiler, the following error is generated. In function int integer main error unused variable x. Oh, just yeah, okay. And the program fails to compile. There are a few easy ways to fix this. If the variable really is unused, then the easiest option is to remove the definition of x or comment it out. After all, if it's not used, then removing it won't affect anything. Another option is to simply use variable somewhere. Okay, like include iostream, integer main, integer x, define 5 in curly braces, and then a character output of x. Variable now used somewhere as a character output. Okay. But this requires some effort to write code that uses it and has the downside of potentially changing your program's behavior. Okay. The maybe unused attribute C++17. In some cases, neither or of the above options are desirable. Consider the case where we have a bunch of math, physics values that we use in many different programs. Okay. Integer main, double, pi would be 3 point, yeah, gravity, pi. Assume some of the above are used here, some are not. If we use these a lot, we probably have these saved somewhere and copy paste import them all together. However, in any program where we don't use all of these values, the compiler will complain about each variable that isn't actually used. While we could go through and remove, comment out the unused ones for each program, this takes time and energy. And later, if we need one that we previously removed, we'll have to go back and re-add it. To address such cases, C++17 introduced the maybe unused attribute, which allows us to tell the compiler that we are okay with a variable being unused. The compiler will not generate unused variable warnings for such variables. The following programs should generate no warning errors. Maybe unused, maybe unused. The above variables will not generate unused variable warnings. Okay. Additionally, the compiler will likely optimize these variables out of the program, so they have no performance impact. Author's note: in future lessons, we'll often define variables we don't use again in order to demonstrate certain concepts. Making use of maybe unused allows us to do so without compilation warning errors. Whoa. Okay. Let's try to do this quiz, and I'll definitely take a break. What is the difference between initialization and assignment? Okay, assignment would be using the assignment operator and basically giving a variable a value. Now, it would be called initialized if I don't remember. Initialization gives a variable an initial value at the point when it is created. Assignment gives a variable a value at some point after the variable is created. Oh, okay, yeah. Now it comes back to me. It's just like in one statement. Yeah, okay. What form of initialization should you prefer when you want to initialize a variable with a specific value? A direct initialization. Direct list initialization, aka direct brace initialization. Okay. What are default initialization and value initialization? What is the behavior of each? Which should you prefer? I don't remember. Default initialization is when a variable initialization has no initializer. Oh, just integer x. In most cases, the variable is left with an undetermined value. Value initialization is when a variable initialization has an empty brace, like integer x, empty braces, curly braces. In most cases, this will perform zero initialization. You should prefer value initialization to default initialization. Also, I just shouldn't left out. I always should assign at least some kind of value, even if
there is no value. Okay. I'm definitely a bit boiled, but we'll continue. Okay. Lesson done. Somewhat. I definitely need to restructure it in my head. But we'll get into next one. Whatever. 4-hour mark. Yeah. Let me do some bathroom break, water break, stuff like that. And I'll leave you with Mr. Daly.
An old plane was decommissioned and placed into the Red Sea near Egypt to attract scuba divers. That's the end of this video. I really hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. This person found a gemstone that looks exactly like the Cookie Monster.
My dad uses a really old laptop for work. It's so old and broken that it requires a brick to keep upright, so I decided to help him out. So I got him a new brick.
Hey, buddy. Hey, how? What? You're an ass.
This person suffers from Tourette's syndrome, which means they have body movements that can't be controlled. As a result, trying to take a medical test can be very difficult.
Just close your eyes, sorry. Just close your eyes. I'm sorry. Ow! Sorry. It's a bloody conundrum. Sorry, sorry. Close your eyes.
This is what happens when bananas and gravity meet a super sharp knife.
That's God.
This dog and cat share the same fur colors and the same eye colors. This person creates art by painting on water. This ladybug took a sip of coffee. This is what it looks like to pull a fire alarm. If all of the glaciers on Earth melted, the entire state of Florida would be underwater. That's the end of this video. I hope you learned something new, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. This is called Braille Screen Input, and it makes it possible for someone who is blind to text on their phone. A combination of the numbers on the screen creates different characters. This YouTuber wanted to see if you could cook meat by slapping it.
And we're off! Yes, we have an increase in temperature, 9 degrees C. Let's go! Yo! 60 degrees! 60 degrees! We got this! Yes! The steak is done! It's cooked! Past that, it actually tastes pretty good! I can't believe it!
Here's a time-lapse video over the span of 20 years showing how these stars are orbiting around a black hole. This is a carnivorous plant, so these people gave the plant a piece of mozzarella cheese because it won't have any problems digesting it. This is how an architect draws a city from a one-point perspective. A photographer found a rare yellow cardinal sitting on a fence. Yellow cardinals are so rare that the odds of seeing one are 1 in a million. I wanted to quickly let everyone know that I opened up a store for people to buy Daily Dose merchandise. 100% of the profits will go towards teaching homeless people skills that will help them find a job. The merchandise will ship worldwide, and the link to the store is in the description below. That's the end of this video. I really hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. Scientists recently discovered a sea slug that can voluntarily remove their head from their body. The old body will eventually shrivel up and die, and the slug will grow back an entirely new body a few days later. We still don't know why they do this, but we think it might be a way to avoid dying from parasites or to escape if their body is stuck in something. Here's an up-close view of what it's like to slide down.
Alright. Now, yeah, let's get back to Jeff's lesson. Now, introduction to IOStream. And begin the chapter character output. Thing and handle. In this lesson, we'll talk more about wait.
In this lesson, we'll talk more about STD and character output, which we used in our Hello World program to output the text Hello World to the console. We'll also explore how to get input from the user, which we will use to make our programs more interactive. The input-output library. The input-output library, or I/O library. Oh, I see. It's part of the C++ standard library that deals with basic input and output. We'll use the functionality in this library to get input from the keyboard and output data to the console. The I/O part of IOStream stands for input-output. Okay. To use the functionality defined within the IOStream library, we need to include the IOStream header at the top of any code file that uses the content defined in IOStream, like so. Include IOStream. The rest of the code that uses IOStream functionality here. Okay. Now, std code. The IOStream library contains a few predefined variables for us to use. One of the most useful is std character out, which allows us to send data to the console to be printed as text. COUT stands for character output. Yeah. As a reminder, here's our Hello World program. Now IOStream for std code, print Hello World to console. Yep. In this program we have included IOStream, where we have access to std code inside of our main function. We use std code along with the insertion operator to send the text Hello World to the console to be printed. Oh, I see. So this one is insertion operator. Okay. std code can not only print text, it can also print numbers, like integer main, std code insertion operator, or print to console. This produces the result 4. It can also be used to print the value of variables. Okay. So integer main, integer x, and I think it's direct brace value. Right? Define integer variable x, initialized with the value 5. std code insertion operator x, print value of x, which is 5 to console. Return 0. This produces the result 5. Print more than one thing on the same line. The insertion operator can be used multiple times in a single statement to concatenate link together multiple pieces of output, for example. Character output, insertion operator roll, insertion operator world. This program prints whole world. Here's another example where we print both text and value of a variable in the same statement. Character output, insertion operator x is equal to insertion operator x. This program prints x is equal to 5. Okay. The latest content. We discuss what the std prefix actually does in lesson 2.9, naming collisions and introduction to namespace. Okay. std handle. What would you expect this program to print? Okay. std code Hi, STD code, my name is Alex. You might be surprised at the result. Hi, my name is Alex. Okay. Separate output statements don't result in separate lines of output on the console. Oh yeah, because we haven't defined anything like that. If we want to bring separate lines of output to the console, we need to tell the console when to move the cursor to the next line. One way to do that is to use std_handle. When we output with std code, std_handle brings a new line character to the console, causing the cursor to go to the start of the next line. In this context, handle stands for end line. Okay. For example, include std code and std_handle, yeah. std code insertion operator, insert operator. Hi, then insertion operator std_handle, which will drop after the next line, will cause the cursor to move to the next line of the console, and then insertion operator, my name is Alex, and std insertion operator std_handle, okay, and then that brings out my name is Alex on different lines. Okay. Okay. Now, a tip. In the above program, the second std_handle isn't technically necessary since the program ends immediately afterward. However, it serves a few useful purposes. First, it helps indicate that the line of output is a complete thought, as opposed to partial output that is completed somewhere later in the code. In this sense, it functions similar to using a period in standard English. Second is position the cursors on the next line, so that if we later add additional lines of output, like have the program say bye, those lines will appear where we expect, rather than appended to the prior line of output. Third, after running an executable from the command line, some operating systems do not output any line before showing the command prompt again. If our program does not end with the cursor or on any new line, the command prompt may appear appended to the prior line of output, rather than as the start of the new line as the user would expect. Okay, best practice. Output a new line whenever a line of output is complete. Okay. right? Had to mute myself there for a while. So STD code is buffered. Consider a roller coaster ride at your favorite amusement park. Passengers show up in some variable way to get in line. Periodically, a train arrives and boards passengers up to maximum capacity of the train. When the train is full or when enough time has passed, the train departs with a batch of passengers and the ride commences. Any passengers unable to board the current train will wait for the next one. This analogy is similar to how output sent to STD code is typically processed in C++. Statements in our program request that output be sent to the console. However, that output is typically not sent to the console immediately. Instead, the requested output gets in line and is stored in a region of a memory that is set aside to collect such request, called a buffer. Periodically, the buffer is flushed, meaning all of the data collected in the buffer is transferred to its destination, in this case, the console, orders node. To use another analogy, flushing a buffer is kind of like flushing a toilet. All of the collected output is transferred to wherever it goes next. Sure, it also means that if your program crashes, aborts, or is paused, for debugging purposes, before the buffer is flushed, any output still waiting in the buffer will not be displayed. Key insight. The opposite of buffered output is unbuffered output. With unbuffered output, each individual output request is sent directly to the output device. Writing data to a buffer is typically fast, whereas transferring a batch of data to an output device is comparatively slow. Buffering can significantly increase performance by minimizing the number of slow transfers that need to be performed when there are multiple output requests. Okay. Kind of. STD handle versus /n. Using STD handle can be a bit inefficient as it actually does two jobs. It moves the cursor to the next line of the console and it flashes the buffer. When writing text to the console, we typically don't need to flash the buffer at the end of each line. It's more efficient to let the system flash itself periodically, which has been designed to do efficiently. Because of this, use of the n character is typically preferred, /n character is typically preferred instead. The /n character moves the cursor to the next line of the console, but doesn't request a flash, so it will often perform better. The n character is also more concise since it's both shorter and can be embedded into existing text. Here's an example that uses n in two different ways. Okay, integer, then insertion operator, yeah, something like that. X is equal to then insertion operator of x, then insertion operator n, using n standalone. Okay. So we're using n standalone, and then that's all folks. /n using n embedded into a double quoted piece of text. No single quote when used this way. Okay, so this means x is equal to 5. And that's all folks, and that's it. Okay, when n is used by itself to move the cursor to the next line of the console, this symbol quoted. When embedded into text that is already double quoted, additional quotes aren't needed. Okay. The color of n is in the profile detail when we get the lessons character. Maybe characters. 4.11. Best practice. Prefer n as the handle when outputting text with the constants. Oh, okay. For n uses backslash as the old special characters in C++, not a forward slash. Okay, using the forward slash instead may result in unexpected behavior. Okay. stdcim is another predefined variable that is defined in the high-string model, whereas std output is data to the console using the insertion operator. stdcim, which stands for character input, reads input from keyboard using the extraction operator. Okay. The input must be stored in a variable to be used. So, integer main, std could insertion operator enter a number. Ask user for a number. Integer x invalid initialize it. Variable x does not use user input. Okay. stdcim and extraction operator to x. Get a number from keyboard stored in variable x. Then character output insertion operator you entered. Character output x. Oh no, insertion operator x, insertion operator slash n. Try compiling this program and running it for yourself. When you run line 5 print enter some number. The context will find you will wait for you to enter it. Once you enter a number, press enter. The number will be assigned to variable x finally, and then the program will print you entered followed by the number you just entered. For example, I enter 4, enter number, enter 4. Okay, try this, I guess. Are we building or compiling? Oh, I should yeah. Source, repos, and world. And let's try this. Debug. And hello world exe. And then number. Oh yeah. 57. No. 5. 4. No. My pressing the wrong enter. It just creates me. Should I compile it? No. Oh yeah, I have this. Okay. This is a way to get keyboard input from the user, and we will use it in many of our examples going forward. Note that you don't need to use /n when accepting input, as the user will need to press the enter key to have the label open accepted, and this will move the cursor to the next line of the console. If your screen closes easily after enter a number, please leave last for solution. Okay. First, add or ensure following lines are near the top of your program. Second, add the following code, then add the main function right before the return statement. Should I also clean this? No, I should also include all the other stuff. Before the return statement. Now let's try to compile it. Still closes. Okay. Okay, now it works. Alright. Just like it is possible to output more than one benefit access line, it is also possible to input more than one value on a single line. STD character output enter two numbers separated by space. Best practice. Besides the data instance initialize before giving the user provided value via another source. As the user provided value will just override the initialization value in line with our previous recommendation that variable will be initialized. Best practice to initialize the variable first. We'll discuss how stdSyn handles invalid input in a future lesson. Now it's enough to know that stdSyn will extract as much as you can, and any input characters that could not be extracted are left for a later extraction attempt. For advanced readers, the C++ IO library does not provide a way to accept keyboard input without the user having to press enter. If this is something you desire, you'll have to accept keyboard input without You'll have to use a third-party library from console application. We recommend PD Curses, FX2, FXT UI, CPP Terminal, or Nocturses. Not Curses, okay. Many graphical user interfaces libraries have their own functions to do this kind of thing. Summary. New programmers often mix up std, sin, std_cout, the insertion operator, and the extraction operator. Here's an easy way to remember. Std, sin, and std_cout always go on the left-hand side of the statement. Std_cout is used to output a value. Cout or character output. Std_sin is used to get an input value. Character input. Double less than is used with std_cout and shows the direction that data is moving. If std_cout represents the console, the output data is moving from the variable to the console. Okay, moves the value of 4 to the console. Is more than, double more than is used with std_sin and shows the direction the data is moving. If std_sin represents the keyboard, the input data is moving from the keyboard to the variable, like sin. Extraction operator moves the value the user enters from the keyboard into X. We'll talk more about operators in lesson 1.9. Okay. Question 1. Consider the following program that we used above. Enter a number, int X, extraction operator to X, then insertion operator you entered, insertion operator of X, insertion operator of end line, return 0. The program expects you to enter an integer value as the variable X that the user input will be put into is an integer variable. Run the program multiple times and describe what happens when you enter the following types of input instead. A letter such as H. Okay. Oh. You entered the 0. Exceeded with code 0. Can I do like compile? No compilation errors. Okay, so it just returns me with 0. Well, it returned me as 0. X is 0. Yeah. A number with a fractional component. Try numbers with fractional components less than 0.5 and greater than 0.5, like 3.2 and 3.7. Okay. Wait. Oh, yeah, I should enter a number with a fractional component. Yeah. Without debugging, and 3.2. He entered 3. So it's rounding up to lower amount. Okay. And now 3.7, probably 4. Yeah. No, also 3. It's just 3. Okay. The fractional component is dropped. Since list initialization disallows narrowing conversions, new programmers are sometimes confused as to why the fraction is allowed to be dropped here. The initialization of X happens on line 6. Yeah, and the restriction on narrowing conversions only applies to list initialization on this line. The user's input is processed and assigned to X on line 7, where such restriction don't apply because this statement is not list initialization. Okay. Then a small negative integer such as -3. Okay. The number -3. You entered -3. Okay, just the same. This works fine. Yeah, a word such as hello. Yeah, a word such as hello. Okay, let's do a word such as hello. You entered 0 because yeah, it's not an integer. It's 0, a really big number, at least 3 billion. Okay, let's try 3 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. You entered 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. So 2 billion 147,483,647. You're most likely to get number. Yeah, it happens because X can only hold numbers up to a certain size. If you enter a value larger than the largest number X can hold, it will be set to the largest number that X can hold, which is probably but might be different on your system. We discussed this further in lesson 4.4. A small number followed by some letters such as 1 2 3 ABC. Okay, let's try that. 1 2 3 A B C. You just entered 1 2 3, so it just drops the letters. X gets only the numeric value, so 1 2 3. Okay. Okay. We can process this today. And we have like what, an hour left to some gaming. So let's do some gaming because I'm spent. Today was definitely harder than yesterday lessons. Ugh. And give me a second, I'll switch to some games or go to the bathroom probably. All right. Okay, let me take a little break, and we'll do some gaming before finishing up. Yeah. Get back to you. Now let's do some.
On a luge course.
Noodle, are you a cat? You are? Okay.
This guy was warned that there is a dangerous rabbit in the backyard.
What? Just, you gotta walk towards the rabbits. Where are they?
The captain of this yacht lost control and accidentally destroyed everything in his path.
Get in the concrete now.
This person tried to take a selfie with a whale.
He's trying to. I don't know if he's posing or trying to eat your head.
Я в тебя верю. И опа! Вот так, вот так, вот так. Почему? Мужик. Красава. Все.
This is what happens to volcanoes when they die. Wind and rain erode it away. This particular volcano went dormant about 25 million years ago. I recently visited Death Valley in California, which is the hottest place on Earth, and it felt like I was on Mars. It's totally silent. There's no wind. There's no animals. It's like I'm on another planet. That's the end of this video. I really hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. An earthquake in Japan sent the water from his bathtub flying in the air. This is how a handicapped person can go skiing. Here's an extreme close-up of what it looks like when you melt a computer keyboard. These guys helped free this bull that was stuck in a tree.
Ya salió,
Cuidado!
Here's a time-lapse video of what the Aurora Borealis looks like from space. Here's a cool visual showing how the vegetation in Africa moves depending on the season. Here's an interesting video showing how much plastic waste humans create. A diver found this fast-moving comb jelly. That's the end of this video. I hope you learned something new, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. A photographer wanted to see what pills look like when they dissolve in our stomach.
Alright, I'm back.
Dude, what? How?
So, let's get into some games. To finish up the day.
Book. I put memorabilia from all my past cases in there. A lot of them were pretty dangerous and at times really scary. But don't say anything about that to my dad, okay?
Need to change the category.
He worries about me enough as it is. And whatever you do, read what's in the file called Case File. That'll tell you all about the mystery I'm about to try to solve. If you think you're ready to dive into that mystery, just click on the plane ticket and you'll be on your way. In this game, you'll also have a cell phone with lots of features: phone, camera, and settings. Each mode can be accessed by selecting its icon from the main menu. Phone mode stores all the numbers you'll need to know. Bring up the correct contact or dial in the number yourself and press call. Camera mode allows you to take and view photos. When in camera mode, you can zoom in and pan before taking the picture. Click on View Photos to see your saved photos. You'll be downloading photos later from the View Photos mode. And the Settings menu allows you to personalize the look of your phone by choosing one of the options in the drop-down.
Okay.
To get from one place to another in the game, just move your cursor around on the screen and click when an arrow pointing in the direction you want to go. I always use my magnifying glass to scan my surroundings for clues. When it turns red, I know I'm onto something. When your magnifying glass turns into a question mark, you can talk to someone. To see what's in your inventory, just click on the inventory icon at the bottom of the screen. To use an item that's in your inventory, just click on it. In fact, try clicking on the key. See how the cursor turned into the item you clicked on? Use the key to return an object to your inventory. Just click on the inventory icon, then click on the Open Inventory box, and the object will go back into storage. You can close your inventory by clicking on the square in the upper right-hand corner, by clicking on the inventory icon, or by clicking on another icon. I keep reminders to myself in my journal. Click on the notebook icon at the bottom left of the screen, and you'll see what I mean. I try to keep my notes tidy by putting them into categories. Just click on a category, and you'll see all the entries on that topic I've made up to that point in the game. Click on the clipboard icon, and if you're a junior detective, you'll see a list of what I need to do. Organized person that I am, once I've done something, I check it off. The gear icon allows you to determine how you experience the game. For instance, you can choose to play the game in a window on your computer screen if you want. You can also adjust the volume of the music, voices, and sound effects, as well as turn off questioning suspects is something all detectives need to know how to do. In the game, to get people to talk to you, all you have to do is click on them. Before you can start playing, you need to decide whether to play as a junior or senior detective. If you choose junior detective, you'll get more hints than you will if you're a senior detective.
Okay.
Check.
Oh, it's like a promo for different games. Okay. Student named Jake Rogers was killed at the local high school last week. An undercover detective by the name of Beach asked Aunt Eloise if I could go undercover to investigate the murder. I am posing as a new student to see what other kids may know about Jake and his untimely end. Okay. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's do junior.
Dear Dad, who would have dreamed taking a vacation to visit Aunt Eloise in Florida would result in another case? Seems a student named Jake Rogers was murdered at the high school last week. And an undercover police detective wants me to pose as a student to search for any leads at the school. So it's undercover I go. I'm calling this case Secrets Can Kill. Love, Nancy.
All right. So we're basically at the house, I guess in the aunt's house. I had to close the school library early today, but if you need to do any research for a case, the key to the library is in the safe. Remember not to enter in a wrong combination. Oh, okay. Probably St. Del Mar University and the Sigma Phi Kappa Delta sorority. Ah, okay. Cordial invites you to attend the 25th annual Sigma Phi Kappa Delta sorority reunion, Saturday, the 23rd, the Emerald Crest Ballroom. Paso Del Mar Country Club. Pasco, Lasco, Florida. Round robin golf tournament starts at 3:30 reception and dinner at 7 o'clock. Dessert and dancing immediately following. Okay. All right. Can we... Nope. That's probably exit.
Nancy Drew, Detective Beach here. How are you?
Good, and yourself?
Frustrated, Nancy. I need some leads, and you're my man. Well, woman, teen, student, whatever. I'll be at Maxine's Diner. Come see me when you found out anything. All contact should be through me.
Can do. So what's our cover?
Our what?
Our cover. Who should I say you are if anyone sees us and asks?
Oh, right. I'll be your uncle. Uncle Steve. I gotta go now. If you need anything else, come see me at Maxine's. I'm wearing glasses and a green striped shirt.
Okay, so that's probably an exit. We should discover more of this place. Reminders, talk to Jake about library books after order. Call Nancy to get flight number. Call Jackie about Spanish schools. Okay. Anything else? No. Oh, that just opens. Yeah. Clues are everywhere. Strange things have happened at this bridge. Some people have reported hearing screams and cries from below the span. Others have reported ghostly figures looming at the end, and even others have felt a cold tingling sensation throughout their body when crossing. No one is certain about the origin of these sightings, but the first documented case of spectral phenomenon occurred around the turn of the last century when a troop of Girl Scouts camped out there. All returned with their hair turned white. Okay, none of the frightened campers spoke a word until a year later. A year. At first, the girls just babbled incoherently, screamed or laughed. A psychiatrist specialized in traumatic experiences was asked to examine the girls, but the girls would only say one phrase: follow the X to this spot below. Alright.
I need something to make this work.
Okay. Oh, that's it for this room. Okay. Hmm. Um. Wait. Isn't there some other? Oh, I just can. Okay. And this one, probably that. No, not this one, but okay, let me write it down. Something like that. Oops. Probably let's save. And it's this, this, and this, and this. All right. Some puzzle. No. There's still some moving pieces. All right. Okay, so she keeps this in her journal. Okay. Anything else? Oh yeah, some key. Looks like, and that's all. That room still closed. Yeah, we should meet the detective at the diner.
Welcome to Maxine's. I'm Daryl Gray. I don't think I've seen you here before.
My name's Nancy Drew. I just moved down here.
Then you'll be attending Paseo Del Mar High. I'm your student council president. If there's anything you need, just let me know.
Thanks. I might just take you up on that offer.
So, what can I do for you?
Tell me about Paseo Del Mar High.
It's a great school. Good teachers, nice students, lots of after-school activities. It's just too bad what happened.
What happened?
One of the students was murdered in the school last week.
What happened?
Someone beat up this guy, Jake Rogers, and then threw him down a flight of stairs. He worked here, but I didn't really know him. He kept mainly to himself.
Who did it?
No one knows, and the police are keeping pretty clammed up about it. But my resources say they're calling in some special detective, maybe even the FBI.
Wow, you must have some special contacts.
Just special enough to see beautiful women like yourself.
Did this Jake guy have any enemies?
Sure, doesn't everyone? I should get back to work. Nice meeting you, Nancy.
See you later.
Okay.
Take care.
job be to scrub our barnacle-ridden decks by blasting them out of the way with your magic ball, but be on the lookout for creatures and objects with special powers. Scrubbing the chest increases your pedal size. Scrubbing the mine decreases your pedal size. Scrubbing an anemone slows down the magic ball. Scrubbing a whirlpool speeds up the magic ball. Oh, you mean like, okay. Oh, there's even mini games in this one. Okay. All right. Oh wait, do I have to do all of these levels? Oh yeah, I can quit. I mean, maybe if I get some coins or something like that, I'll do it. But I can do it later. Okay.
Uncle Steve!
Nancy! Why, I haven't seen you since, for a long time. How's your...
Aunt Eloise. Oh, she's fine. And Dad says hello.
You're staying with your aunt, right?
Yes.
So, what do you got for me?
Well, I was hoping you could debrief me on the investigation.
Oh, sure. I'm just a bit... well, my undercover assignments are usually not so... suburban.
I understand.
The victim was a senior named Jake Rogers. As usual, none of the family, teachers, or students know about any enemies he may have had. Nothing came up from searching his home, computer, cell phone, or locker. His bank records tell a different story. He had a fairly large savings account and a lot of cash deposits. We suspect he was involved in something shady. Drugs, gambling, or blackmail. That's where you fit in. Talk to the students and see what you can find out. We think he might have kept information about his activities in a notebook or journal, so keep a lookout for anything like that. Anything else?
Bye, Uncle Steve.
That's it.
See you later.
Okay, I got a ladle. Dear Daryl, I need to break off our day to the Sadie Hawkins dance. I'm very, very sorry, but something suddenly came up. Connie. Okay. Maxine, Daryl, Carl, Ule, and Mel. Maxine wanted to write a memo describing the final points of closing the diner. Some people think there are some secrets to the process, but it couldn't be either. After totaling out the cash registers, the cashier brings the cook the receipts to store in the potato bin. The cook also needs to check the life expiration dates on all foods and throw expires one out.
The cashier and cook get all food crumbs off the counter. The cook preps all condiments for the next day. All surfaces are washed so they're bright and shiny. Okay. This could be something for later.
Looks like something was removed here.
Definitely. Alright, just some tomatoes. Sure. Okay, maybe that's it for now. Now let's get to school, yeah. Reminded me of Clive Barker's Undying game. The music, I mean. Oh, just some cans. This one, also nothing, okay. Oh, this is definitely some cipher. Hey Kate, hey. Okay, let's continue. Oh, we can check lockers, but it's probably closed, yeah. And needs a... Oh, I don't know it one now. Or wait, or do I? Not this one, but this one. No, this one. Oh, HE is probably up to left 3, right 3, but XE, HGTE, HE, maybe helium? Something is cool, but I don't know what's HG then. This can be xenon? Okay, let's continue on. Iridium. What would be D? Down. Oh yeah, down to, okay. Okay, maybe a bit farther. Left 2, okay. Oh, I just, okay. Wait, huh? Oh yeah, the second corridor, okay. Oh, I just went around. Oh, okay. Then let's check this corridor right now. Oh wait, can we... No, it's just straight ahead. Nothing yet. And this one would be the... No, that's not entrance. Okay. That's probably a zircon. Or zinc. Yeah. these three, and those looks like IP addresses. Okay. Wait. I thought no. Or no. Boop. Nice. Pretty realistic. The student art exhibition. Oh, that's library. Okay. U4. All right. Okay, it's pretty big school. Up to, okay. Oh, the same one. Okay, okay, okay. Those are probably developers' kids.
That's for teachers only.
Okay. Oh, Connie. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I read your note.
Hi, I'm Connie. You're not from around here, are you? Usually, Paseo del Mar High is really quiet and boring. Lately, it's been totally out of control.
Is it that obvious I'm not from around here?
I'm a school monitor, so I have to notice these things.
Things must be pretty hectic for you right now.
Obviously. Once this whole thing blows over, it'll be back to the same old routine.
Doesn't it concern you the murderer is still out there roaming the halls?
Yeah.
Don't make me laugh. Just because I'm a girl doesn't mean I can't handle myself.
Especially
Jake
with
finally
that
met his
amulet.
match.
I have my suspicions. What do you mean his match?
What do you mean, his match?
Jake Rogers was a total creep. Nobody liked him. I gotta go now. Later.
Oh, I see.
Hey, Nancy. Need something?
Yeah, have you seen any of those weird messages?
Have you seen any of those weird messages on the bulletin boards?
Yes, and if I catch the guy who's doing it, he's going to be in big trouble. I bet it's the same person who keeps on setting off the soda machine alarm.
I guess that comes with the territory of being school monitor.
Normally it's not this hectic. When I figure out who's been pulling all these pranks.
How well do you know Daryl Gray?
How well do you know Daryl Gray?
I wish I knew him better. He's the only guy I'd ever consider dating. He's student council president, holds a cool job at a diner called Maxine's, and drives a Seaback X80.
Drives a sports car and works at a diner? That doesn't compute.
Yeah, I don't get it either. Daryl's family was rich and used to throw major parties all the time, but not anymore.
Why did you break your date with Daryl to the Sadie Hawkins dance?
It's a long story.
Oh, okay.
See you later.
Bye, Nancy. Hey, Nancy. Need something?
I'll let you go.
Bye, Nancy.
Okay. So we got some information. Whoa. maybe if I do it in some kind of a sequence. Okay, next. That would be it for this room, I guess. At least for now. Okay, let's move on. This way. Oh yeah. D1. Okay. Door code. Oh, you definitely need to know some kind of sequence. Or at least have some clue about some sequence. Okay. The roaring. Oh yeah, HFL1. Okay. And that would be for the exit, so probably turn back. Oh yeah, we have some pointers here. Wait, like here, then turn around. No, okay, a bit further, and then turn around. Student unit, student dome. Okay. So we went there. Now let's. I think I've checked this one. Oh no, maybe I didn't, right? Yeah, I didn't. Okay. All right. Oh, the dude. Okay.
Hi, my name's Nancy Drew. What's your name?
Hal Tanaka. Actually, my first name is much longer than that. But I want to fit in here in America, so I chose Hal as my nickname. I'm a Japanese exchange student.
Why do you think it's easier to have an American name?
I want to be part of the culture and succeed in this country.
So, what's been going on at school lately?
A murder was committed here. Everyone is very stressed out.
I heard about that. Some kid named Jake?
Oh yeah, Jake Rogers was a dark soul. He created a lot of trouble.
What kind of trouble?
What kind of trouble?
Jake was an ijimeko. In English, you would say a bully. He wasn't very popular. I'm behind in my studies and I must get back to the library. Bye, Nancy.
Okay. No. Do you know Connie Winston?
Do you know Connie Watson?
What?
Yes, we've been in a few classes together. I think she was dating Jake Rogers.
What can you tell me about Daryl Gray?
He's very popular and a good politician, too. Just like his father.
Like his father?
I hear he was a great politician, but not a very good businessman. I think his company went bankrupt a few years ago.
You know the combination to Jake Rogers' locker? Oh yeah.
Do you know the combination to Jake Rogers' locker?
I'm sorry, Nancy. I can't help you with that.
Bye.
Farewell, Nancy.
Bye.
Goodbye, Nancy.
Okay. Now let's try this way. This was closed, yeah. I've checked the paintings, all that stuff. Okay, the gym. Okay, R1. Okay. I'll get right to you. Just give me a second. This one's out of order. Oh. Nothing.
Whoa, a new girl at school. Do you realize what destiny has brought you today? Yours truly, Hector Sanchez. But you can just call me the Hulk.
The Hulk?
You are new around here. I play for the Manatees, one of the best teams in the state. I leave the others in the dirt, man. Soon it's college ball, and then the pros. Showtime.
Who are the Manatees?
Paseo Del Mar's mascot is a manatee. Don't tell me you're afraid of a little sea cow.
Of course not. I know what to do if I come across a manatee.
Yeah, just sneeze and it'll swim away. Seriously, the Manatees are a great team at a great school. Everyone is cool, except for a few punks like Jake Rogers.
Jake Rogers?
I knew Jake, but I didn't hang out with him. Sorry, can't talk now. I gotta go to practice. Later. How's it going?
Do you know Hal Tanaka?
That dude is always studying. He's a huge fan of mine. Real smart guy. But I never understood why a brain like Tanaka would hang out with slime like Jake.
Hal was a friend of Jake's?
Let's just say I saw them talking together a lot. Jake's locker was right next to Hal's.
Oh, he definitely
But they
know
weren't
the
really
combination.
friends. Is that what you're saying?
Jake didn't really have friends, and Hal, he may seem pretty chill, but I've seen him crack a couple of times. He's seriously uptight.
Crack a couple of times?
He's got a temper, a bad one. He lets the pressure build and build until he's wound so tight the slightest thing sets him off. Like last week, I strike him out during gym, and he goes ballistic and charges the mound. He's got some serious issues. Now that I think of it, last time I saw them together, Hal seemed pretty upset.
What can you tell me about Connie Watson?
She hangs out at the gym a lot. I heard she's been having a real tough time.
Why do you think she hangs out at the gym so much?
I don't know. She's a pretty good athlete, but never joined any of Paseo Del Mar's teams.
Why not?
Why not?
Not exactly sure.
You said she was having a tough time?
I heard she's been having some money problems.
Okay.
What can you tell me about Daryl Gray?
He seems like a cool guy. His family used to sponsor the annual football awards dinner until last year. You know, he's the one who found Jake's body.
Goodbye.
See ya.
Okay. I think we should confront that hell fella. Was he here? Yeah.
Have you heard of Hulk Sanchez?
Heard of him? Hulk holds the conference record for quarterback sacks. He's been the state's #1 player since he was a freshman. He's also a candidate for a big university, even with his injury.
Injury?
Hulk got hurt a few weeks ago. Ever since that game, he hasn't played the same. I worry that his chances of playing for a top school are not as good as before his injury.
So yeah.
Hulk said your locker's right next to Jake's. Are you sure you don't know the combination?
I remember one day Jake was mad because he couldn't open his locker. He told me he wished I had a phone handy. Would that help?
Bye.
So probably should
I
find
must go
his
now,
phone.
Nancy.
Okay. Okay. Now. Okay, this one's closed. Then there is a combination on that door. This one's... Wait. Oh, I just got back. Let me do it like this. that would be the exit. Let's try once again looking at the clock. Maybe there's definitely not anything about left or right, so it's only, yeah. Wait, someone's lock open. Okay, doesn't have any prompts. Library study, and this one, oh yeah, for the sports stuff. So I need it's closed. So I think we need to get somewhere where I can skip some time. Maybe talk to the detective or something like that. Because parts of school are just, well, closed. Oh yeah, we should also talk to that Hulk. Sure, Hulk. Wait. Oh yeah. Like this. And then like this.
How's it going?
I'm really sorry you got injured. Does that affect your chances of playing college ball?
I had a little sprain, no big deal. Within a week, I was better than before and impressing the football scouts. I'm as strong as ever.
I'll
Okay.
talk to you later.
Later. How's it going?
That was either
Goodbye.
insignificant
Bye,
or
Nancy.
that Hell character has some problems with this one.
Check. That's done. That's done. Did that.
Okay. So I do. So that key is for the teacher's lounge. But that one, that Connie won't allow me to enter.
The teacher's lounge is off limits.
Let me just try.
You're not supposed to go in there.
And I should do research about the kanji stuff. Phone. No. No. Probably the ants books or something like that. Okay, let's get back to the diner and then to home. Oh yeah.
What can I do for you?
Do you know Connie Watson?
Not that well. She keeps to herself a lot. I've always thought there's something mysterious about her. Kind of the same way I feel about you.
Thanks for the compliment, but I'm already seeing someone.
That's cool. I'm just saying, not playing.
Do you know why Connie broke your date to the Sadie Hawkins dance?
No, it was really weird. But what was even weirder is that she took Jake instead of me. Like I said, she's mysterious.
Okay.
What can you tell me about Hal Tanaka?
Hal's an exchange student who's all scholarships and study. He's very intense about becoming a doctor.
How well do you know Hulk Sanchez?
Big guy, big muscles, big dreams. A lot of football scouts have been coming over to watch him play. He must be under a lot of pressure to perform.
Didn't I hear that you found Jake's body?
Yeah, I did. The student council president gets keys to the school. We had an early morning council meeting and I found him lying there. It was the worst thing I ever experienced in my life. And I really don't want to think about it right now.
See you later.
See ya. What can I do for you?
Okay.
See you later.
See ya.
Hi, Nancy.
How can I get into the teacher's lounge?
Look, Nancy, maybe this assignment isn't for you. I can't be holding your hand all the time. Your job is to come to me with solutions, not problems.
Okay.
Could you tell me the combination to Jake's locker?
Well, like I said, we already looked in his locker. There's nothing there.
I know, but I'd like to see for myself.
Then you'll need to figure it out by yourself.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye, Nancy.
Okay. Now let's try... Wait, can I? No. Let's try the house. Yeah. Did I check all of the letter? Yeah, I used the letters for the combination. Maybe. Nope. Wait, do I have to? Okay. I took the key. This one is just for the box. I will look into it again, but nothing else here. Yep, seems like password is already noted. This one's closed. Probably, maybe could open later. And so, about the library? Can I use it? I can't. I need videotape to watch something, I guess. Oop. Teacher's Lounge. Oh, this one was for Teacher's Lounge. Okay. Wait, then what was this one's for? Library key. Oh, I have it already all this time. Okay. Yeah, we're definitely going back to school. Like here. And let's try the Teacher's Lounge, probably. Was it there? Yeah.
The Teacher's Lounge is
Yeah,
off
I know,
limits.
but let me
But
try.
I have a key.
I don't care if you have a search warrant. You're not going in. Nancy, you can't go in there.
But I have a key.
Okay, then library. I think we need to trigger something so she would go away. Or maybe we'll visit it at night or something. Now let's try the, oh no, not that, but the library key. No, that's Teacher's Lounge. This one's. Alright. Definitely a lot more stuff to explore. Huh? Or just inconsequential music. That's definitely something. But it's not triggered yet. Okay. And I can't reach desk as of now. Alright. NaL3. Okay. Still, that doesn't tell me much. Wait. The Global Book Encyclopedia. B. The Braille alphabet. Now this one I should definitely photo. No, not this one. Just a bit of zoom like this. Yeah. And we can even, so it would be easier to read later. Definitely can save. And that would be that room at the back of the school. Although I yet don't know what should I spell for that door, but maybe there will be some clues later. Okay. No more books will be triggered. Okay. Only K, maybe kanji. Yeah, the kanji.
That medallion Connie is wearing is kanji for crane.
Crane. Are you sure it was something like that? Like water? Or maybe we can spell crane in Braille. Yeah? But just for kicks, let's save a photo. And then we'll just, if we don't need it anymore, probably can delete it. Yep. Okay, so we checked those books. How about this one? Something on H. Harry Houdini. Born in 1874, Budapest. Houdini's family soon. There at the age, Houdini ran away from home. By the age of 13, he rejuvenated. 33. Water Grave. In addition to being the great escape artist, also master of illusion. 1980, Romeo, he made an elephant disappear on stage. His brilliant skill and ability to baffle and amaze an audience remains unsurpassed to this day. Okay, I'm not taking photo now, but probably this can be used as a clue later. Don't know. Any other books? Nope. How about this one? This one, M. Marie Antoinette. Probably also would need to use it later. Oh. Applegate Lizzie. Hello, by San Francisco bonus culture. Robert Star. Bandit's treasure. Real Chinese box. The fire and phoenix sign. Rainbow's gold. Okay, maybe it's just a piece of trivia for a game or something like that. I've checked this, that was Braille, and nothing else sticks out. This row and this row are unclickable. I've checked those. Okay, no, turn around and let's try something like this. to search for? Maybe crane. Can we search for crane? Nope. What about maybe L3? Nope. Oh, I'm not. Oh, there's a secret message in the map drawer. What was it message? Oh. Secret message in map drawer. I don't remember. Okay. Figure out how to make form. Yeah. She will check out posters, teacher's lounge computer. Look in the teacher's lounge computer for the maintenance room braille log. Research the meaning of the kanji symbol Kane is wearing.
That's done.
Look around and Eloise for a key to the teacher's lounge.
That's done.
Got it. See if students know how to get in Jake's locker. Look around for library clues. Go to the high school and talk to the students. Oh, nothing about library yet. Okay. I thought I could, I don't know, log in or something, but I guess not. Can I go like there? No. Like here? No. Okay. What about second floor? Can we do that? Probably. Alright. Oh, we can... What's going on? Whoop. Almost missed the coin. That doesn't tell me much, at least now. Alright. Wait, I've looked through that one. Okay, let's move further, I guess. Okay, we can see something here. All right. Yeah, camera call, now you will enjoy a new communication device for years. Hold of ham radio. To enter a frequency or channel number, simply enter 4-digit number on the numeric keypad. Press connect. Transmitting all messages are sent using Morse code. See appendix, one letter at a time. Compose each letter by pressing either dot or dash button on the Morse code keyboard. Okay. Good maintenance, caution. Oh, I definitely need to remember this Morse code. I think. That's what I just checked out, yeah. Oh. All right. Moving on. So Xenon would be 54, yeah, something like that. What else can I remember? Something about... Oh yeah, zinc. Yeah. I think we should definitely take a picture of this one. Whoa. Things to remember. The answers to my fate lies in the box. A matchbook behind Maxine's schedule. Hold the first step. My message hold the remaining 18 steps. The elements tell the order. The letter and digit tell the direction. Yeah, like up to, and elements would be the order in which. Okay. And behind Maxine's schedule. Okay. Now let's look. Oh, we just looked at this one. I thought, okay, Jake was here. Okay. No, not like this. Oh yeah. Oh no, that's back, then forward. Nothing here, forward. Nothing here. You can hear me? Let me check on stream. Give me a second. Okay, that's at full volume. Oh, what now? Oh, I see. So either I need to talk directly into mic or lower the game volume a bit, like this. All right, let's wait. We heard some alarm. Are there any soda machines? No. Now, let's try to talk to that Connie. Hopefully, we can get her out of the way. Wait, is he a dialogue? No, not
See you
really.
later.
Goodbye, Nancy.
Bye.
Hey, Nancy, need something?
Do you know Hal?
Do you know Hal Tanaka?
Not very well. He's an exchange student from Japan and a total workaholic. He told me he's trying to get more scholarships for college. Lately, he's been looking really burnt out. I think the pressure's getting to him.
What pressure?
I guess it's a big deal for his family that he get into a good school on a free ride.
Didn't I hear you were dating Jake?
Hey, a girl
Ooh.
can make a mistake, can't she?
What do you know about Hulk Sanchez?
He's a big jock on campus. Never dated him or anything.
Hulk told me money's been tight for you these days.
What a dork! Hulk Sanchez doesn't know the first thing about my life. He needs to get a life and stop talking about mine.
See you later.
Bye. Why all the questions? What's going on with you, Nancy?
All right.
See you later.
Bye, Nancy.
So she still didn't get away, but she definitely could be triggered by alarms on soda machines. Chinese medallion, Min Crane. What can I do with that? Can I try to get into... Oh yeah, maybe he has some more information to reveal now.
How's it going?
No, not
Goodbye.
really.
Bye, Nancy.
Like, can we trigger her to get here? Okay. That didn't work. Where was that room? Probably... Oh yeah. Could I... Could I do something like that? C R A and N. Oh, there's no R even here. Rain is the wrong clue. Yep. All right. I should probably once again look at the schedule at Maxine's and figure out how to get Connie to leave the student union. And for that I need to understand how to trigger an alarm on soda machines. Okay. Let's get back to the diner.
What can I do for you?
Talk to you
Probably
later.
nothing.
Take care.
Okay. I also don't have place. Oh yeah, probably in teacher's lounge. I can log in into computer for ants login and password. Oh, ladle. I have ladle. Can I use ladle on like a any soda machine or something like that? That would be where she sits. And can I do it like where else? Oh yeah, in the sports room. No, not the... I thought I can like jam the machine with Thompson. Alright, but what about if I don't take a soda? Oh, I can not take this soda. Okay, okay.
Refreshing.
Okay. How about now? Oh. I'm trying all the sodas, maybe some of them will trigger something, I don't know.
Refreshing.
Okay, now I heard the alarm at the library. Let's try there again. Oh, wait, do I need key every time? And I heard it on the second floor. Somewhere like here, when I try to, I don't know, do anything. Okay, something about stones or gems. Yeah. In this one. Okay. Wait. That's the same one. All right. Okay, let's use one of those clues. Wait, I can't even use one of those clues? Oh, no, I can't. Okay.
Did that.
Oh, my phone can help me figure out Jake's locker combination. I thought his phone. I don't know. Let's go there. Oh wait, can we maybe some more stuff to say?
Connie told me you study too hard. Is that true?
Connie doesn't know my study habits. I can handle my studies. I'm behind in my studies and I must get back to the library. Bye, Nancy.
Bye.
I must go now, Nancy.
Okay.
How's it going?
I gotta go.
Later.
The crane and the judo. Okay. Did I write it correctly, like 555. And I don't see any dashes or anything like that. So J U D O. She hands up. Okay. Hmm. I'll look through those and oh yeah, the Jack's locker. And my phone. And once again, we'll figure out how my phone can help me figure out Jake's locker combination. No. Maybe 8080. Nothing. Maybe something in a Jake's note. Also, yeah, can I try?
Hey, Nancy, need something?
Your medallion has a symbol that means crane, and Crane is the name of the judo school on the poster in the gym.
What a coincidence. Funny, I never noticed. I gotta go now. Later.
Yeah,
what is
sure.
it you want now?
See you later.
Bye.
What if I try to call 555 J U D All right. I thought maybe that would trigger her phone. Yeah, I wanted to check out the library. By the way, why aren't you at library?
See you later, Nancy.
You said you were going to library, but okay. I think in this way, yeah. Oh. And oh yeah, the Jake's notes. Behind Maxine's schedule, hold the first step. But I can't touch that schedule. Nothing happens. Alright. Okay, let's get to diner once again.
What can I do for you?
Talk to you
Apparently
later.
Nothing.
See ya.
Sure.
Hi, Nancy.
I found a notepad in the library that seems like a message from Jake.
Really? Tell me more.
It says, "Things to remember me," and seems to give clues about the answer to my fate lies in a box.
This is the best lead we've had. I think I could break the case. Follow whatever directions he gave to find this box. His journal could be in there. Excellent work, Nancy Drew. But remember, you need to keep a low profile and be careful.
Bye-bye.
Be careful.
Is there a place? Any other schedule might be? Probably not. So somehow we need to get this stuff out, but I don't see how we could do that. Well, yeah, definitely not with the ladle. Behind the schedule. I mean, I know I'm missing something, probably a lot. I don't see any box.
That's done. Check.
Follow the directions of the secret message in the map drawer. Where is the map drawer once again? Map drawer. For the life of me, I can't remember if I seen any Map drawers. Again. Oh no. Map drawer. No. Okay, something about steroid abuse. Oh, map drawer, yeah. I don't get it yet. Maybe Paseo. Could that mean anything? The message halted the remaining 18 steps. The elements tell the order, the letter, and teaches the direction. Okay, let's look for the Paseo reference, I guess. Mm. Okay, so Tanaka had this book. Probably should talk to him about it.
See ya.
I must go now, Nancy.
Okay. That's not it.
What is it you want now?
I'll talk to you later.
Also
Adios.
not it. Hmm. Oh, wait, maybe... What if... Okay, let's write it down. I... U2... NA... L3... K... R1... C... R1... H... F... L1... Z... N... D1... LA... U2... A... S... U4... Y... D3... Z... R... R4... KR... L2... IR... R... T2... HE... U2... TE... L3... HG... L3... XE... R3... Alright, and now okay, so I would be 53, So 53 is up twice. NA would be oh, 11. So 11 is L3. Then K. So left 3. K would be 19. So would be right 1. C would be 6. And 6 would be right 1. Now HF would be 72. And that would be left 1. Now ZN would be 30. And 30 would be down 1. Now LA would be I can't seem to find LA. Oh yeah, the LA would be 57? Probably. And that would be up 2. AS would be oh, 33. 30. And that would be up 4. Y would be 39. And that would be down 3. ZR or ZK, which one? Or probably ZN. Oh, I had ZN. That's ZR. ZR40. And that would be right 4. Now H R or HF. Oh, that's HR or KR. Yeah, that's KR. Would be 36, and that would be left 2. Now IR would be 77. And it would be down 2. And HE would be 2. And that would be up 2. Okay. I have still no idea how that helps, but... So should we try it? Should we go like... up to... right 1, then left 3, then right 1, up 2, oh no, I messed up. Right 1, and then down 1, and up 4, and then left 2, down 3, right 4, up 2, up 2, left 1, down 2. Nope. All right. Well, that's just will be it for me for today. Clearly, I'm not up to the task. All right, let's save. It was more fun even than some other games, so yeah. We already did. Yes, we're right. All right. I'll be finishing up here. Definitely. I'm spent today. Well, I had fun stream, I guess. Today was definitely harder learning than yesterday, and I definitely need to systemize some stuff on paper to visualize some stuff about variables, about statements, which goes where, initialization, all that stuff, and yeah. And probably transfer it to Obsidian to make like a mind map better understand. I mean, it's still hard, but it's harder because of a I get what they're saying. I just need to draw the dependencies on all this stuff, and then yeah. But still, it was fun, and had some fun with game, definitely. Still don't hear anything? Something's going on. And I don't get what. Okay. Test. I mean, I definitely hear it. Anyway, next time I'll be trying other mic, so maybe that's the problem. I don't know. Anyhow, I'm spent. Going to relax, rest, maybe get some sleep. Well, all of the above. I guess I'll pick this up tomorrow with study, with C++, with and with solving some puzzles in Nancy Drew. Definitely tough game. Anyhow, I hope you're staying safe, you're eating good, you're sleeping well enough, and you make your day happy for yourself, or as much as happy as you can make it for yourself for that day. So yeah. Anyhow, bye. See you next